The dashboard clock read 6:47 a.m. when we pulled out of our driveway in Chicago. Mom had packed the SUV the night before, cramming every available space with coolers, duffel bags, and my little brother Danny's collection of handheld games. At 18, I should have been spending spring break in Florida with my classmates, but Mom had other plans. She'd been talking about escaping city life for months, scrolling through real estate listings late into the night, dreaming of somewhere quieter, somewhere we could afford more than our cramped two-bedroom apartment. "This will be good for us," she said, adjusting her rearview mirror as we merged onto I-94. "Fresh air, no traffic, actual stars at night." Danny, 7 years old and already bored, kicked the back of my seat rhythmically. "How much longer?" 10 hours, I told him, watching his face crumple in the rearview. "But I brought your tablet fully charged." The first stretch through Wisconsin passed quickly. I took over driving near Madison, giving Mom a chance to rest. She'd been working double shifts at the hospital for weeks to save up for this trip. The rental cabin wasn't cheap, even in the off-season, but she'd found what she called a real deal on some vacation rental site. Looking back, I should have wondered why it was so affordable. By the time we crossed into Minnesota, the landscape had transformed. Gone were the endless suburbs and strip malls. Instead, towering pines lined the highway, their branches still dusted with remnants of winter snow despite the calendar claiming it was mid-March. The towns grew smaller and farther apart. First came the medium-sized ones with their Walmarts and chain restaurants, then the small ones with single main streets, and finally nothing but forest and the occasional gas station. Mom took over driving again near Duluth. The GPS led us off the main highway onto progressively smaller roads. Asphalt gave way to gravel, then to dirt barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass. The sun was setting by the time we turned onto the final road, if you could call it that. It was more of a path, really, carved through dense woodland with branches scraping against our windows. "Are you sure this is right?" I asked, gripping the door handle as we bounced over a particularly deep rut. "The listing said it was secluded," Mom replied, though I could hear the uncertainty creeping into her voice. "Just a little further." The cabin appeared suddenly, as if the forest had reluctantly parted to reveal it. In the dying light, it looked almost picturesque, a modest wooden structure with a stone chimney, surrounded by towering evergreens. But as we pulled up and the headlights swept across the building, the romantic image faded. The wood siding was weathered gray, with gaps between some boards. The front porch sagged slightly, and several shingles were missing from the roof. "It has character," Mom said, forcing enthusiasm into her voice. We unloaded in near darkness, the temperature dropping rapidly now that the sun had set. The front door stuck, requiring several hard shoves before it groaned open. Inside, the cabin smelled of dust and old wood, with an underlying mustiness that suggested it hadn't been occupied in months. The furniture was sparse but functional, a worn couch facing a stone fireplace, a small dining table with mismatched chairs, and a kitchen that looked like it hadn't been updated since 1975. Danny immediately claimed the smaller of the 2 bedrooms, leaving me with the converted attic space accessible by a narrow staircase. The ceiling sloped dramatically, and I had to duck to avoid the exposed beams, but it had a small window overlooking the forest and felt separate from the rest of the cabin, a feature I appreciated after sharing close quarters with my family for 10 hours. Mom busied herself with making the place habitable, wiping down surfaces and checking that the water and electricity worked. Everything functioned, more or less, though the lights flickered occasionally and the water ran brown for the first minute. We ate sandwiches for dinner, too exhausted to attempt cooking, and by 8:30, Mom and Danny had retreated to their rooms. I tried to sleep but found myself wide awake, my body still vibrating from the long drive. The cabin sounds were foreign to my city-trained ears. Wood settled and creaked. Wind whistled through gaps in the walls. Somewhere in the distance an owl called, its voice eerily human-like. After an hour of tossing and turning, I gave up and descended to the living room. The fireplace drew me first. A neat stack of split logs sat beside it, and after a few attempts with matches from the kitchen, I managed to get a decent fire going. The warmth was welcome. The cabin's heating system consisted of ancient baseboard units that clicked and pinged, but produced minimal heat. I settled onto the couch with my phone, but the lack of cell service made it useless for anything but downloaded content. Restlessness drove me to explore. The back door opened onto a small deck that I hadn't noticed in the darkness of our arrival. Wooden stairs descended to a clearing where someone had arranged several weather-beaten Adirondack chairs around a crude fire pit, really just a ring of blackened stones. Beyond that, the forest pressed in on all sides, a wall of darkness that seemed almost solid. The silence out here was profound. In Chicago, there was always noise, sirens, traffic, neighbors, the hum of the city that never fully stopped. Here, the quiet had weight, broken only by the whisper of wind through pine needles and the distant crack of branches. I found it simultaneously peaceful and unnerving. The night was colder than I'd anticipated. Minnesota in March was still winter in all but name, and my breath formed clouds in the air. The woodpile I'd spotted earlier extended along the side of the cabin, covered by a deteriorating tarp. I gathered an armful of the driest pieces and returned to the fire pit. Building the outdoor fire took more effort than the indoor one. The wood was slightly damp, and the wind kept scattering my attempts. But eventually orange flames licked upward, casting a circle of warm light that made the surrounding darkness seem even deeper. I dragged one of the chairs closer and sat, mesmerized by the fire's dance. Time passed strangely out there. Minutes might have been hours. The fire crackled and hissed, occasionally sending up showers of sparks that died before reaching the tree branches overhead. I fed it steadily, watching the logs collapse into glowing coals. This was what Mom wanted for us, this peace, this connection to something simpler. I could almost understand it. The sound when it came was so sudden and out of place that my body reacted before my mind could process it. A sharp percussive crack echoed from somewhere in the forest. Not the natural sound of a falling branch or an animal moving through underbrush, but something deliberate, metallic, like an axe biting into wood. I stayed frozen in my chair, ears straining. The fire suddenly seemed too bright, making me visible to anything, anyone in the darkness beyond its reach. Logic told me it was probably nothing. Maybe another cabin nearby, someone splitting wood for their own fire. But something about the sound's timing, its singular nature, made that explanation feel hollow. 5 minutes passed. 10. The forest had returned to its previous quiet, but now the silence felt different, expectant. The comfortable peace I'd found was gone, replaced by a crawling sensation along my spine. Every shadow beyond the firelight could hide watching eyes. Every whisper of wind could mask approaching footsteps. I stood abruptly, decision made. Using dirt and gravel from around the pit, I smothered the fire, working quickly but thoroughly. The darkness rushed in as the last flames died, and I had to wait for my eyes to adjust before navigating back to the deck. The cabin's back door had never looked so welcoming. Inside, the living room felt safer but not entirely secure. The windows, which during daytime would offer pleasant forest views, now seemed like vulnerabilities. Dark rectangles that revealed nothing while potentially displaying everything within to outside observers. I found myself avoiding passing directly in front of them. Mom's snoring drifted faintly from her room. Danny's door was cracked, his nightlight casting a thin strip of light into the hallway. Normal, peaceful sounds that should have been reassuring but somehow emphasized my isolation. I settled back onto the couch, pulling up a downloaded movie on my phone. Something mindless and familiar to push away the lingering unease. 15 minutes into the movie, a sound made me pause, not from outside this time, but from within the cabin. A creak, prolonged and deliberate, like weight slowly applied to old wood. I held my breath, listening. These old buildings made noise. I knew that. Settling foundations, contracting materials, the normal sounds of an aging structure. But knowing and believing were different things at 11:30 at night in an unfamiliar place. The sound repeated, this time from the opposite end of the cabin. Near the kitchen, where no bedrooms were located, where no one should be moving around. I set down my phone, muscles tensing. The window beside me faced that direction. I leaned closer, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the interior light's reflection. Nothing but darkness, and my own pale face staring back. I was about to pull away when the knocks began. The sound was unmistakable, 3 heavy blows against the front door, deliberate and forceful. The impacts reverberated through the cabin's wooden frame, seeming to shake the very walls. My body went rigid, mind racing through possibilities. Who would be here? Why now? The nearest neighbor had to be miles away. What was that? Mom's voice, sharp with alarm, called from the hallway. She appeared moments later, hair disheveled, clutching her phone. "Someone's at the door," I managed, though my throat felt constricted. Her face went pale. We both understood the wrongness of this, the isolation, the hour, the force behind those knocks. Without another word, she retreated to her room, and I could hear her speaking urgently, presumably to 911. I approached the door slowly, fighting every instinct that screamed at me to run. The peephole was positioned higher than standard, requiring me to stand on my toes. What I saw through that tiny lens made my stomach drop. A man stood on the porch, close enough that I could only see his torso and arms. One hand hung at his side, gripping something long and wooden. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness beyond the door, the object's shape became clear. An axe, heavy-headed and worn, like something from a hardware store's bargain bin, or a tool shed, or a forest where someone had been chopping wood after dark. I stumbled backward, heart hammering. This was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. People didn't show up at remote cabins in the middle of the night carrying axes unless... The knocks came again, harder this time. 4 blows that seemed to test the door's strength. Still, the man didn't speak, didn't call out a greeting or explanation. Just stood there, patient and silent, like he had all the time in the world. "Police are on the way," Mom whispered, appearing beside me. "They said to stay away from the doors and windows." Danny's voice, small and frightened, called from his room. Mom hurried to him while I remained frozen, staring at the door. The man was still there. I could see his shadow through the gap at the bottom. Waiting. For what? The next series of knocks answered that question. Not knocks anymore, but impacts. The door shuddered in its frame. On the 3rd blow, I heard wood splinter. "Get Danny," I shouted, my paralysis breaking. "The bedroom at the back." Mom didn't need to be told twice. She scooped Danny up, blanket and all, and we ran for her bedroom, the farthest point from the front door. I slammed the door behind us, turning the flimsy lock that wouldn't stop anyone truly determined. Mom pushed the dresser in front of it while I grabbed the desk chair and wedged it under the doorknob. Another impact echoed through the cabin. The sound was different now, not just knocking, but penetration. He was chopping through the door. Each blow was measured, methodical. He wasn't in a frenzy. This was calculated. Danny was crying, face buried in Mom's shoulder. She held him tight, phone pressed to her ear, updating the dispatcher in a voice that trembled but didn't break. I pressed my ear to the bedroom door, trying to track the intruder's progress. 4 more swings, 5, then nothing. The silence was almost worse than the violence. Had he broken through? Was he inside, moving carefully through the cabin? Or had he given up, melted back into the forest, as mysteriously as he'd appeared? We huddled together on the bed, afraid to move, afraid to make any sound that might draw attention. "Police are close," Mom whispered. 10 minutes, maybe less. 10 minutes. It might as well have been hours. Every small sound, the settling of wood, the whisper of wind, made us tense. I kept expecting the bedroom door to explode inward, to see that axe bite through the wood like it had the front door, but nothing came. After what felt like an eternity, flashing lights painted red and blue patterns on the bedroom wall. A voice called out, identifying himself as law enforcement. Only then did Mom unlock the door, though she kept Danny and me behind her as she peered into the hallway. The damage was worse than I'd imagined. The front door bore 4 deep gashes, each one penetrating completely through in places. Wood chips littered the porch and entryway, but the door itself still stood, its deadbolt intact. The intruder had been moments away from breaking through when he'd stopped. 2 officers searched the immediate area while a 3rd took our statements. They found footprints in the soft earth around the cabin, leading to and from the forest. No other trace. The senior officer, a weathered man who looked like he'd seen plenty in his years, had a theory. "Fire probably drew him," he said, nodding toward the back deck. "Someone living rough in the woods sees smoke and light where there shouldn't be any, decides to investigate. With an axe," Mom's voice was steel. "At midnight?" The officer shrugged. "Could be mental illness, could be drugs, could be someone who doesn't like outsiders in their territory. We get a few of these types living off-grid in the national forest, usually harmless, but sometimes." He gestured at the ruined door. "They couldn't tell us much more. Without catching the man, there was no way to know his intentions." The younger officer helped us move the couch in front of the door as a temporary barricade and promised increased patrols through the night. Small comfort when the nearest patrol car was stationed 30 minutes away. We spent the rest of the night in Mom's room, taking turns staying awake. I sat by the window watching the tree line for any sign of movement. Every shadow could be him, returning to finish what he'd started. Mom called the rental company, demanding to be relocated immediately. They offered apologies and refunds, but no alternative accommodations at this hour. As dawn broke, painting the forest in shades of gray and gold, the terror of the night felt almost dreamlike, but the splintered door remained as evidence. We packed in record time, loading the SUV as the morning mist still clung to the ground. Danny never let go of Mom's hand, eyes constantly darting to the trees. The drive out felt longer than the drive in. Every bend in the narrow road could hide an ambush. Every gap in the trees might reveal a watching figure. It wasn't until we reached the main highway that I felt my shoulders relax. Mom found a motel 2 hours south, part of a familiar chain with security cameras and a front desk staff 24/7. The normalcy was jarring. Families eating continental breakfast, kids splashing in the pool, a television playing morning news. Our night of terror wasn't even a story here. We never made it to those small Minnesota towns Mom wanted to explore. The real estate listing she'd bookmarked remained unviewed. The dream of rural life had curdled into nightmare in a single night. Instead, we drove straight through, taking turns behind the wheel, not stopping until the Chicago skyline appeared on the horizon. In the weeks that followed, I found myself researching, looking for similar incidents, trying to understand what had happened. I discovered that the area where we'd stayed had a history, vagrants and hermits who'd made the deep forest their home, suspicious of outsiders, protective of what they saw as their territory. Some harmless eccentrics, others not so much. The rental company removed the cabin listing. Whether from our complaint or others, I never learned. Sometimes I wonder if the man with the axe returned to find the cabin empty again, reclaiming what he saw as his, or maybe he moved on to the next isolated rental, the next family seeking peace in the wilderness. Mom doesn't talk about moving anymore. Our apartment, with its thin walls and constant noise, no longer seems like something to escape. The neighbors we once found annoying now provide comfort. The sirens that wake us at night are reminders of how quickly help can arrive. The city's chaos is still chaos, but it's a familiar chaos, one where men with axes don't materialize from dark forests. Danny still has nightmares sometimes. He crawls into Mom's bed, whispering about the bad man at the door. She holds him close, promising safety, though I suspect she has her own nightmares. I know I do. Not every night, but often enough. Dreams where I'm back on that deck feeding the fire, and I hear that first sound again. Only in the dreams, I don't go inside. I sit there, paralyzed, as footsteps grow closer. We were lucky. I know that. The door held just long enough. The police arrived just fast enough. The intruder, for whatever reason, gave up just soon enough. A few variables changed, and this story ends differently. Ends with me not here to tell it. But I am here, and this is what happened during our spring break when I was 18, when we drove north seeking peace, and found something else entirely, when we learned that some silences hide more than city noise ever could, when we discovered that sometimes the scariest monsters are just men with axes and unknown intentions, emerging from the darkness because they saw a fire where no fire should be. We don't take vacations to remote places anymore. The gravel road seemed to stretch endlessly through the thick pine forest, each turn revealing nothing but more trees pressing in from both sides. It was October 2014, and I was 22, taking a much-needed break from college to drive across the country. My beat-up Honda Civic had become my home for the past 3 months, filled with camping gear, clothes stuffed into garbage bags, and the remnants of too many gas station meals. When my cousin Michael offered me his cabin in the foothills just south of the Appalachian Mountains, I jumped at the chance. After weeks of sleeping in my car and showering at truck stops, the prospect of a real bed and running water felt like luxury. The GPS led me down increasingly narrow roads until finally, a wooden sign marked Pine Ridge Private Property appeared beside a metal gate. The cabin emerged from behind a cluster of evergreens, like something from a home design magazine. This wasn't the rustic log structure I'd imagined. Floor-to-ceiling windows dominated the front facade. Dark wood siding blended seamlessly with the surrounding forest, and a wraparound deck offered views into the seemingly endless wilderness. Michael had done well for himself in tech, and this cabin was clearly his escape from Silicon Valley stress. I parked beside the front steps and sat for a moment, taking in the absolute silence. No traffic, no human voices, just the whisper of wind through pine needles. The isolation felt both peaceful and slightly unnerving. According to Michael, the nearest neighbor was 5 miles away, and the closest town was a 30-minute drive through winding mountain roads. Unloading my car took multiple trips. On my third journey back outside, arms full of hiking gear, I noticed movement in my peripheral vision. A figure stood among the trees, perhaps 60 feet from the cabin, partially obscured by the thick trunks, but clearly visible enough to make out a human shape. I stopped mid-step, squinting through the late afternoon shadows. The person wasn't moving, just standing there, facing directly toward the cabin. Male, from what I could tell, wearing dark clothing that blended with the forest shadows. There was something unsettling about his stillness, the way he seemed planted there like he'd been watching for a while. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding thin in the vast quiet. No response, no wave, no acknowledgement, just that steady, unmoving presence. I reasoned with myself as I continued hauling my belongings inside. This was private property, yes, but hunters sometimes ignored posted signs. Hikers got lost. Locals might cut through. Michael's 40 acres bordered national forest land. People probably wandered through all the time. Still, something about the deliberate way he stood there, not trying to hide but not approaching either, made my skin prickle with unease. Each time I glanced back, he remained in the same spot. When I finally brought in my last bag 20 minutes later, the sun had dipped below the tree line, casting long shadows across the clearing. The figure had vanished, leaving only dark trees and the growing dusk. Inside, the cabin felt secure with its solid walls and locked doors. I sent Michael a quick text while unpacking my clothes into the guest bedroom dresser. "Made it safely. Beautiful place. Quick question. Saw someone out in the trees watching the cabin. Normal around here?" His response didn't come for nearly an hour, by which time darkness had completely engulfed the world beyond the windows. The cabin's warm interior lights created a golden bubble in the blackness, but also turned the windows into mirrors, reflecting my own movements back at me while hiding whatever lay beyond. Michael's text made my stomach tighten. "That's not normal. The entire property is fenced. No trails run through there. No one should be on that land." I stood at the large living room window, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the interior light, peering into the void. The darkness was absolute. Not even starlight penetrated the thick canopy. Anyone could be standing 10 feet from the window and I'd never know. The remoteness that had seemed appealing hours ago now felt like vulnerability. No neighbors to hear a scream, no passing cars to notice something wrong. Just me in this glass-walled cabin, lit up like a display case in the middle of nowhere. I closed every curtain and blind in the house, but the gaps bothered me. The fancy automatic blinds didn't quite meet in the middle. The kitchen window's curtain was too narrow. Even with everything covered, slivers of light escaped, and slivers of darkness could peer in. I tried to distract myself with a movie, curled on the leather couch with a baseball bat I'd found in the coat closet lying beside me. The film was some mindless action movie, explosions and car chases that normally would have held my attention, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows, to the gaps in the curtains, to shadows that might or might not be moving outside. Around 10 o'clock, as the movie's hero delivered his final one-liner, movement flickered in the corner of my eye. The master bedroom window had a 2-inch gap where the curtains didn't quite meet. Through that gap, I swear I saw a flash of something pale. A face, a hand. I grabbed the bat and crept toward the window, heart hammering against my ribs. 3 feet away, I heard it, the distinct sound of footsteps sprinting through grass, growing fainter as they moved away from the cabin. By the time I yanked the curtain aside, there was nothing but my own terrified reflection staring back. My hands shook as I dialed 911. The dispatcher's calm voice felt surreal against my panic. She stayed on the line while I checked every door lock, every window latch, telling me a deputy was en route, but warning it might take time given the remote location. Deputy Brennan arrived 40 minutes later, his cruiser's headlights sweeping across the clearing like searchlights. He was older, probably mid-50s, with the patient demeanor of someone who'd responded to countless calls about things that go bump in the night. We walked the perimeter together, his flashlight revealing nothing but undisturbed pine needles and my own car. "Not much I can do unless he comes back," Brennan admitted, handing me his card. "Keep your doors locked, call immediately if you see anyone. Maybe consider heading to a motel in town for the night." But the thought of venturing out into that darkness, of walking to my car while someone potentially watched from the trees, seemed worse than staying put. After the deputy left, I turned the cabin into a fortress. Every interior light blazed. I pushed a dresser in front of the bedroom door, wedged chairs under doorknobs, and tested every window lock twice. The baseball bat never left my grip as I paced from room to room, checking and rechecking, the wooden floors creaking under my repetitive patrol. Midnight came and went, then 1 o'clock. Exhaustion weighed on me like a physical force, but adrenaline wouldn't let me rest. Every sound outside, wind through branches, an acorn hitting the roof, the cabin settling, sent fresh waves of panic through my system. Finally, around 2 in the morning, I couldn't fight it anymore. I barricaded myself in the guest bedroom, pushing the bed against the door for extra protection. The bat lay beside me on the pillow as I finally surrendered to sleep, though it was fitful, populated by dreams of faces at windows and footsteps in hallways. The internal clock that wakes you when something's wrong pulled me from sleep at 4:17 a.m. The red numbers on the bedside clock glowed in the darkness. No sunrise yet, just the deep black of pre-dawn. But something had changed. The house felt different, occupied in a way it shouldn't be. I lay frozen, straining to hear over my own heartbeat. The wind had picked up, rattling the windows in their frames, but underneath that natural sound was something else, a rhythmic creaking, like weight shifting on floorboards. My throat constricted as I slowly sat up, trying not to make the bed springs squeak. The sounds were coming from the far end of the cabin, the kitchen and study area, soft thumps, like someone trying to move quietly, but not quite succeeding. I slipped out of bed, bat in one hand, phone in the other, and crept to the door. Through the crack underneath, I could see the hallway light I'd left on, and in that strip of light, shadows moving. Not the random play of wind-blown branches, but deliberate human movement. The footsteps stopped directly outside my door. I could sense presence on the other side, someone standing there, listening just as intently as I was. The doorknob slowly turned, meeting the resistance of the lock. A pause. Then I heard the soft scrape of metal on metal. The push-button lock was nothing, a child's protection at best. He was picking it or had some tool to pop it open. In seconds, he'd be inside. Panic made the decision for me. I grabbed my car keys from the nightstand, yanked open the window, blessing Michael for keeping them well-maintained and silent, and dropped the 8 feet to the ground below. My ankle twisted on landing, but adrenaline masked the pain as I limped toward my car. Behind me, I heard the bedroom door slam open. Heavy footsteps pounded through the cabin. I fumbled with the key fob, the Civic's lights flashing like a beacon in the darkness. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and started the engine in one fluid motion born of pure terror. In the rearview mirror, illuminated by my reversing lights, a figure stood in the cabin's doorway. Tall, thin, wearing what looked like work clothes. His face was obscured by shadow, but his posture spoke of frustration, of plans interrupted. I didn't stop driving until I reached the 24-hour gas station at the interstate junction, where fluorescent lights and security cameras and the presence of other humans finally allowed me to breathe. The police found evidence of forced entry through the study window. The lock mechanism had been carefully removed, probably earlier in the day while I was unpacking. The bedroom door stood open. The simple lock popped with what looked like a screwdriver. My bed had been moved, searched perhaps, though nothing was taken. Detective Morrison, who took over from Deputy Brennan, laid out a theory that still haunts me. The intruder had likely been watching the cabin for days, maybe weeks, waiting for someone to arrive. The window had been compromised in advance. He knew the layout, knew which room I'd chosen, knew exactly where to wait and watch. probably lives rough in the forest," Morrison explained. "We get a few of these types, people who've dropped off the grid. They watch vacant properties, look for opportunities. You were lucky. Your instincts were right." Michael had the cabin security system upgraded after that. Cameras, motion sensors, alerts sent directly to his phone. He offered to let me stay again the next summer, but I declined. Some places, once violated by fear, can never feel safe again. I still think about that night sometimes, about the patience it takes to stand in the forest for hours watching, about the careful planning, the compromised window, the tools brought specifically to breach locks, about what would have happened if I'd frozen instead of fled, if I'd tried to wait him out, if I'd believed the bedroom door would hold. The not knowing is perhaps the worst part. No arrest was ever made. The man vanished back into the vast wilderness, leaving only questions. Was I randomly chosen or specifically targeted? What did he want? And the question that wakes me sometimes in the deep hours of the night, is he out there still, watching some other isolated cabin, waiting with inhuman patience for the next arrival? My name is Wohali Sequoia, eagle who soars above the written word, and I am the fourth generation of my family to serve as guardian of these ancient mountains. The Cherokee blood that flows through my veins carries the memory of every tree, every stream, and every shadow that dwells within the deep pine national forest of western North Carolina. My great-grandfather used to tell me that our people were placed here not just to protect the forest, but to maintain the balance between the world of men and the world of things that should remain hidden. For 15 years, I have served as head park ranger of this 40,000-acre wilderness, where the mist clings to the mountainsides like the breath of sleeping spirits. Most visitors see only the beauty, the cascading waterfalls, the pristine hiking trails, the black bears that lumber through clearings at dusk. They do not see what I see. They do not hear the warnings that echo through the valleys when the wind shifts just right, carrying with it the scent of something ancient and wild. The call came in at 3:47 a.m. on a Tuesday in late October, when the autumn chill had already begun to bite through even the thickest ranger jacket. Sarah Martinez, my communications officer, sounded shaken when she radioed me at my cabin. "Wohali, we've got a situation. Family of 4, the Hendersons from Charlotte, failed to return from their camping trip. They were supposed to check out yesterday morning." I was already reaching for my boots before she finished speaking. Missing persons cases in Deep Pine were rare, but they carried a weight that settled deep in my chest like cold stones. Where were they camping? Site 47, up near Ravens Hollow. My blood went cold. Ravens Hollow sat at the edge of what my grandmother had called the quiet places, areas where even the birds seemed reluctant to sing, where the very air felt thick with watching eyes. The Cherokee have a name for such places, Unvishai Ayeli, the breathing ground, where the earth itself seems alive with something that does not welcome human presence. "I'll assemble a search team," I said, but Sarah's voice crackled back with urgency. "There's more, Wohali. The campground manager said he found their campsite this morning. Everything was still there, tent, gear, food, but it looked like they'd left in a hurry, and there were tracks." "What kind of tracks?" The silence stretched long enough that I thought we'd lost connection. When Sarah's voice returned, it was barely above a whisper. Human-shaped, but wrong somehow. 18 inches long, maybe more, and deep like whatever made them, was carrying a lot of weight. I closed my eyes and felt the familiar chill that had haunted my family for generations. My great-grandfather had warned me about such tracks, about the times when the Sulkalu, the ancient guardians of the deep forest, revealed themselves to the world of men. He called them the keepers of the game, beings that had walked these mountains since before the Cherokee first glimpsed their peaks. Usually they remained hidden, content to observe from the shadows. When they revealed themselves, it meant the balance had been disturbed. Within an hour I had assembled my best team, Jake Morrison, a former Marine with tracking skills that bordered on supernatural. Elena Vasquez, our emergency medical technician who could navigate the most treacherous terrain without breaking stride, and Tommy Crowfeather, my cousin and the only other person on my team who understood the old stories and their significance. As we loaded our gear in the pre-dawn darkness, Tommy pulled me aside. His weathered face was etched with concern, and when he spoke, it was in the Cherokee tongue of our childhood. Ozda Sunale, Woholi, Elohino Galis Quotna Gezviv. The darkness is thick, Eagle. Something walks that should not walk. I nodded, feeling the weight of ancestral knowledge settling on my shoulders like a mantle. You felt it too. For 3 days now, the forest has been quiet, too quiet. Even the ravens have stopped calling near the hollow. He glanced toward the tree line where the first pale light of dawn was beginning to filter through the canopy. Whatever took them, it's old, older than the stories. As we drove toward the trailhead, I found myself thinking about the last time tracks like these had been found in deep pine. It was 12 years ago, when a group of college students had vanished near the same area. We'd found them 3 days later, wandering on a highway 30 miles away with no memory of how they'd gotten there. They spoke of a tall figure in the trees, watching them, following them, but could provide no other details. The state psychiatric evaluation had classified it as shared psychotic disorder, brought on by wilderness exposure and dehydration. I knew better. The trailhead parking area was empty except for the Henderson's silver SUV, sitting exactly where they'd left it 3 days ago. As I approached the vehicle, I noticed the first sign that this would not be an ordinary search and rescue operation. The car's windows were fogged from the inside, despite the cool morning air, and when I peered through the glass, I could see handprints pressed against the interior surfaces, as if someone had been trapped inside, desperately trying to get out. But the doors were unlocked, and there were no signs of struggle around the vehicle. Tommy appeared at my shoulder, his face grim. "Wohali, look at this." He was pointing to the ground beside the driver's door, where the morning dew had settled on the asphalt. There, pressed deep into the soft earth at the edge of the parking area, was a single footprint. It was massive, easily 18 inches long and nearly 8 inches wide, with what appeared to be toe impressions that were distinctly human in shape, but unnaturally elongated. "Jesus," Jake whispered, crouching beside the print. "What the hell made this?" I knelt beside him, studying the impression. The depth and clarity of the track suggested something impossibly heavy had passed this way recently, but it was the other details that made my skin crawl. The way the toes seemed to grip the earth, as if whatever had made the print possessed not just human intelligence but human intent. "We need to move fast," I said, standing and adjusting my pack. "If the Hendersons are still in the forest, they're in danger." As we began our hike toward Raven's Hollow, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. The forest around us was unnaturally quiet, with none of the usual sounds of wildlife that typically accompanied the dawn hours. Even our footsteps seemed muffled, as if the very air was absorbing sound. 3 miles up the trail, Elena made the discovery that confirmed my worst fears. "Ranger Sequoia," she called from a cluster of pine trees about 50 yards off the main path. "You need to see this." When I reached her position, she was standing beside a massive tree trunk, staring upward with an expression of barely controlled terror. Following her gaze, I saw them claw marks gouged deep into the bark, starting about 10 feet up and extending nearly to the tree's crown. The marks were fresh, with sap still weeping from the wounds, and they formed a pattern that suggested something had climbed the tree with deliberate, methodical movements. But it was what I saw at the base of the tree that made my blood run cold. Scattered around the trunk were pieces of clothing, a child's sneaker, a torn fragment of a woman's jacket, and a man's baseball cap. All bore the unmistakable signs of having been removed forcibly, with fabric tears that spoke of great strength applied with frightening precision. "They were here," I said quietly, more to myself than to my team. "But they're not anymore." Tommy emerged from the tree line, his face pale. The tracks continued deeper into the forest. They're heading toward the old-growth section. The old-growth section. My grandmother had warned me never to enter that part of the forest alone, especially not during the dark of the moon. It was there, she said, that the Sulkalu had made their home since the beginning of time, in caves and hollow trees that existed beyond the reach of human maps. As we prepared to follow the trail deeper into the wilderness, I made a decision that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Instead of calling for backup, instead of involving federal search and rescue teams who would bring their helicopters and their modern equipment and their complete ignorance of what we were truly hunting, I decided to handle this the way my ancestors would have, with respect for the old ways and an understanding that some hunts require more than human strength. I was about to learn that some hunts also require more than human courage. The deeper we ventured into the old-growth section of deep pine forest, the more the world around us seemed to shift and change in ways that defied natural explanation. The trees here were ancient beyond measure, towering white pines and hemlocks that had been saplings when my ancestors first walked these mountains. Their trunks were so massive that it would take 4 grown men holding hands to encircle them, and their canopy was so dense that even at midday the forest floor existed in a perpetual twilight. But it was the silence that unnerved me the most. In all my years as a ranger, I had never experienced such complete absence of sound. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, no buzz of insects, nothing but the soft crunch of our boots on the carpet of pine needles, and the occasional whisper of wind through the upper branches. The Hendersons' trail was easy to follow at first. The massive footprints that had appeared alongside their tracks at the campsite continued here, sometimes walking parallel to the family's path, sometimes crossing it, always maintaining what seemed like a deliberate distance. It was Tommy who first noticed the pattern. "Look at this," he said, crouching beside a particularly clear set of impressions. "The big tracks, they're not just following the family, they're herding them." I knelt beside him and studied the ground. He was right. The enormous footprints formed a rough semicircle around the Hendersons' path, gradually converging to force them toward a specific direction, deeper into the forest, away from any marked trails, toward terrain that would make rescue increasingly difficult. "Whatever's doing this," Jake said, his voice tight with tension, "it's smart, military smart." Elena looked up from where she was examining a broken branch. "These breaks are fresh, maybe 6 hours old, and look at the height." She pointed to damage on the trees that extended well above our heads, gouges and broken limbs that suggested something very tall had passed this way, marking its territory as it moved. We had been hiking for nearly 4 hours when we found the first shelter. It was Tommy who spotted it, a crude lean-to constructed from fallen branches and pine boughs, hidden in a small clearing about 100 yards off the main deer path. The construction was rough but functional, clearly built by someone with knowledge of wilderness survival techniques. What made it remarkable was not its presence, but its size. The shelter was enormous, easily 12 feet long and 8 feet wide, with a ceiling height that would have accommodated someone over 7 feet tall. "The Hendersons?" Jake wondered aloud. I shook my head. "Look at how the branches are broken off, not cut, and see these footprints around the perimeter." The same massive tracks circled the shelter in a deliberate pattern, as if something had been pacing around it, perhaps considering its construction or marking it as territory. But there were other prints too, the familiar boot treads of hiking shoes, child-sized sneaker impressions, and what appeared to be bare human footprints. "They were here," Elena confirmed, pointing to a small pile of granola bar wrappers near what would have been the shelter's entrance, but not by choice. The evidence told a disturbing story. Scattered around the shelter were items that clearly belonged to the Henderson family: a child's stuffed animal, a woman's hair tie, a man's watch with its band torn as if it had been forcibly removed. But there were also other objects that made no sense. Strange arrangements of stones that formed patterns I recognized from my grandmother's stories, bundles of herbs that had been carefully harvested and tied with what appeared to be twisted grass, and carved symbols on nearby trees that resembled no written language I had ever encountered. "Tommy," I called, gesturing toward the symbols. "Have you seen markings like these before?" My cousin approached the carved trees with obvious reluctance, his weathered hands tracing the deep gouges in the bark without actually touching them. When he looked up, his face had gone ashen. "These aren't Cherokee," he said quietly. "They're older, much older." He paused, glancing around the clearing as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. "My grandfather told me about markings like these. He said they were territorial claims, made by the old ones who walked the forest before our people arrived." "The Sul Kalu?" He nodded. "But if they're making territory markers, it means they're planning to stay. And if they've taken the family..." He didn't need to finish the sentence. In the old stories, when the forest guardians claimed humans, it was rarely temporary. We pressed deeper into the wilderness, following a trail that became increasingly difficult to navigate. The massive footprints led us through dense thickets that seemed to part only reluctantly, across rocky streams where the water ran black and ice cold, and up steep inclines that left us gasping in the thin mountain air. With each mile, I felt the weight of watchful eyes growing heavier, as if the forest itself was aware of our presence and debating whether we represented a threat. It was late afternoon when we heard the first sound that wasn't made by our own passage, a low resonant call that seemed to emanate from the very mountains themselves. It was unlike anything I had ever heard, neither animal nor human, but something that somehow managed to convey both intelligence and warning. The sound rolled through the forest like distant thunder, causing birds to suddenly burst from the canopy in panicked flight and sending a family of deer crashing through the underbrush in their haste to escape. "That came from ahead of us," Jake whispered, his hand instinctively moving to the bear spray on his belt. "Maybe a quarter mile," Elena agreed, but her voice carried a tremor that I had never heard before. Tommy grabbed my arm. "Wohali, we need to stop, now. The family is still out there. Listen to me." His grip tightened, and when I looked into his eyes, I saw fear that went deeper than concern for the missing hikers. "That sound, my grandfather described it to me once. He said it was the voice of the Sul Kalu when they were calling to each other across the valleys. It means we're in their territory now, real territory, not just the forest they watch over. So what are you suggesting? That we turn back?" "I'm suggesting that we're being hunted." As if summoned by his words, a branch snapped somewhere in the forest behind us. We all turned, scanning the tree line, but saw nothing except shadow and the gentle sway of pine boughs in the afternoon breeze. Then another branch broke, this one to our left, followed by the soft whisper of something large moving through the underbrush just beyond the range of our vision. "Circle formation," I ordered quietly. "Back to back. Elena, get your emergency beacon ready." We formed a tight defensive circle, each of us facing outward into the forest. For several minutes, we stood motionless, listening to the subtle sounds of something or someone moving around us in a slowly contracting spiral. Whatever was out there was taking its time, studying us, perhaps evaluating whether we posed a threat or represented an opportunity. That's when I saw him. At first it was just a shadow among shadows, a darker patch of forest that seemed to shift and move independently of the wind. But as my eyes adjusted and focused, the shadow resolved into a shape that made my breath catch in my throat. He stood nearly 8 feet tall, covered in dark, coarse, "My name is Ezra Finch, and this happened to me back in 2014. I was living in a small town in Montana, a place called Three Forks. Population 1,069 on a good day, the kind of place where everyone knows your business before you do, and the biggest excitement usually comes from the high school football games on Friday nights. I worked as a handyman, fixing things around town, and I like to think I was pretty good at it. 23 years I'd been at it, ever since I graduated high school and decided college wasn't for me. Life was simple, and I enjoyed it that way. I had a routine that suited me fine. Up at 6, coffee strong enough to wake the dead. Then whatever jobs Mayor Hopkins or the townsfolk had lined up for me. Leaky faucets, squeaky doors, broken steps. Nothing I couldn't handle with the right tools and a little patience. Most evenings, you'd find me at the local bar, the Rusty Nail, sharing a drink and a laugh with whoever walked in. The Nail wasn't much to look at. Dim lighting, scratched wooden tables, and a jukebox that had seen better decades. But it was ours. It was where the town came together, where news traveled faster than wildfire, and where you could count on finding a familiar face no matter how rough your day had been. That particular Friday night in October, I found myself at my usual spot at the bar, nursing a Coors and chatting with my friend Jack Milner. Jack was the town's only mechanic, a big burly guy with hands like ham hocks and a booming laugh that could shake the windows. We'd known each other since high school, played on the same football team, and he was the closest thing I had to family after my parents passed a few years back. The bar was quieter than usual that night. Old Pete was in his corner booth, methodically working through his third whiskey. Sarah, the waitress, was wiping down tables with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been doing it for decades. The usual Friday night crowd seemed smaller, subdued somehow. "You hear about the new folks moving into the old Henderson place?" Jack asked, taking a long swig of his beer. His voice carried that tone he got when he had gossip worth sharing. The Henderson place, just hearing the name made me shift uncomfortably on my bar stool. That Victorian house had been empty for going on 8 years, ever since old Mrs. Henderson died and left it to some distant relatives who never bothered claiming it. The place had a reputation even before it sat empty. Kids said it was haunted, adults said it was cursed, and everyone agreed it gave them the creeps. "Yeah, heard they bought it cheap," I replied, trying to keep my voice casual. "Place has been empty for years. Kind of surprised anyone would want it." Jack leaned closer, lowering his voice to what he probably thought was a whisper but still carried halfway across the bar. "Apparently there's some kind of religious group. You know, one of those communal living things. Bought it sight unseen, cash deal." I felt something cold settle in my stomach. "Religious group? That's what I heard from Maggie at the real estate office," Jack said, shaking his head. "Strange folks, if you ask me. Showed up in 3 black vans, all dressed the same. Didn't say much, just handed over the money and took the keys." I shrugged, trying to dismiss the unease that was creeping up my spine. As long as they don't cause trouble, I don't see why it matters. Everyone's got a right to live where they want. Jack grunted in agreement, but I could see the doubt in his eyes.
"Maybe so, but there's something about that place, Ezra. Always has been."
My grandmother used to say the land was sour, that nothing good would ever come of it. Your grandmother also thought the moon landing was fake and that Elvis was hiding in Billings, I pointed out, forcing a laugh. Yeah, well, she was right about the Petersons' marriage falling apart, and she called the bank closure 6 months before it happened, Jack countered. Woman had instincts. We moved on to other topics after that. The upcoming deer season, whether the Broncos had any chance this year, Jack's ongoing battle with his ex-wife over alimony payments. Normal stuff, safe stuff, but I couldn't shake the image of 3 black vans rolling through town, or the feeling that something had shifted in 3 Forks, like a stone thrown into still water. I should have paid more attention to that feeling. Later that night, walking home from the nail under a sky so clear the stars looked close enough to touch, I found myself taking the long way around town. Not consciously avoiding anything, just enjoying the crisp October air and the familiar sights of my neighborhood. But when I reached the corner where Elm Street branched off toward the Henderson place, I stopped. The house was maybe 2 miles down that road, hidden behind a screen of pines and birch trees. From where I stood, I couldn't see even a hint of it, but I could feel it somehow, like a weight pressing against the back of my skull. The trees seemed darker down that way, the shadows deeper. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, then another, then several more, their voices joining in a chorus that raised the hair on my arms. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the barking stopped. The silence that followed was complete, absolute. I turned and walked home, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me go. The call came on a Tuesday morning, 2 weeks after my conversation with Jack at the Rusty Nail. I was in my workshop behind the house, trying to resurrect an ancient lawnmower that Mrs. Peterson insisted was worth saving, when the phone's shrill ring cut through the quiet. "Ezra," Mayor Hopkins's voice crackled through the receiver, sounding more strained than usual. "I need you to head out to the Henderson place. They've got some issues with the plumbing, and you're the best we've got." I felt that familiar cold settle in my gut. "The new folks?" "That's right. Fellow named Samuel called this morning. Says they've got a backed-up drain system, maybe worse. Could be a real mess if it's not handled soon." I found myself hesitating, which wasn't like me. Work was work, and the Henderson place was just another house when you got right down to it. "Sure thing, Mayor. I'll head over there this afternoon." "Appreciate it, Ezra. And, Hopkins paused, and I could hear him drumming his fingers on his desk the way he did when he was nervous. "Be professional, you know. These folks are new to town, and we want to make a good impression." "When am I not professional?" I asked, but Hopkins had already hung up. The drive to the Henderson place took me about half an hour, winding through farmland and forest on roads that got progressively narrower and more isolated. I'd driven out this way a few times over the years, once to fix a generator for old Henderson himself, another time to help with some tree damage after a bad storm, but it had been at least 5 years since I'd made this trip. The house sat in a natural clearing, surrounded by woods that seemed to press in from all sides. It was a Victorian, built sometime in the 1890s when the railroad money was flowing and people had grand ideas about taming the wilderness. 3 stories of dark wood and gingerbread trim, with a wraparound porch and windows that looked like watching eyes. Even in its heyday, it had been an imposing place, Now, after years of neglect, it looked downright menacing. The paint was peeling in long strips, revealing gray wood underneath. Shingles were missing from the roof, and the porch sagged in the middle like a broken spine. The yard, once carefully maintained, had grown wild with weeds and volunteer trees. But as I pulled up the gravel driveway, I realized the new owners had been busy. The worst of the overgrowth had been cleared away, and scaffolding lined one wall where someone had been working on the siding. 3 black vans were parked near the house, the same ones Jack had mentioned, I assumed. More unsettling were the people I could see moving around the property. There were maybe a dozen of them, all dressed in the same dark, plain clothing. They moved with purpose, but without speaking, like actors in a silent film. Even from a distance, there was something mechanical about their movements, something that made my skin crawl. I grabbed my toolbox from the truck bed and approached the front door. Before I could knock, it swung open to reveal a tall, thin man with gaunt features and the most piercing blue eyes I'd ever seen. He was maybe 50, with prematurely gray hair and skin that looked like it rarely saw sunlight. "Mr. Finch," he said in a voice like rustling leaves. It wasn't a question. "I am Samuel. Thank you for coming." "Just Ezra is fine," I said, offering what I hoped was a friendly smile. "Understand you've got some plumbing troubles." Samuel nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving my face. "Indeed, please follow me." He led me into the house, and I immediately understood why the Henderson place had such a dark reputation. The interior was dimly lit, with heavy curtains blocking most of the natural light. The air felt thick and oppressive, carrying the smell of old wood, mildew, and something else I couldn't identify, something organic and unpleasant. The furniture was sparse and utilitarian, nothing like the ornate Victorian pieces you'd expect in a house like this. Instead, there were simple wooden chairs and tables, all arranged with mathematical precision. The walls were bare except for a few religious symbols I didn't recognize, not crosses or stars of David, but geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. "The problem is in the basement," Samuel said, leading me toward a door I hadn't noticed at first. It was painted the same dark color as the walls, almost invisible unless you knew where to look. We descended a narrow staircase into a basement that was larger than I'd expected, extending under what must have been the entire house. The ceiling was low, forcing me to duck in places, and the walls were rough stone that wept moisture. A single bare bulb provided the only light, casting harsh shadows that seemed to dance with every small movement. The smell down here was worse, that same organic odor, but stronger, mixed with something metallic that made my mouth water in an unpleasant way. I tried to breathe through my mouth as Samuel led me to a utility room where the house's plumbing converged. "Here," he said, pointing to a floor drain that was indeed backed up. Dark water had pooled around it, and the smell was coming from whatever was causing the blockage. "Shouldn't take too long," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I'll have this fixed in no time." Samuel nodded again. "I will leave you to your work." As soon as he was gone, I felt some of the tension leave my shoulders. There was something about the man that put me on edge, the way he stared without blinking, the careful precision of his words, the feeling that he was evaluating every move I made. I got to work with the drain snake, trying to clear whatever was causing the backup. The blockage was stubborn, and I had to put my full weight behind the tool to make any progress. When it finally gave way, a rush of dark water surged up from the drain, carrying with it chunks of organic matter that I tried not to examine too closely. That's when I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible over the sound of draining water. It seemed to be coming from somewhere deeper in the basement, beyond the circle of light from the single bulb. I stopped working and listened, but the sound had stopped. Just the pipe settling, I told myself, but my voice sounded thin and unconvincing in the confined space. I finished the job as quickly as I could, testing the drain to make sure it was flowing properly. The water ran clear now, carrying away the last traces of whatever had been blocking it. But the smell lingered, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. As I packed up my tools, I heard it again, that whisper, soft and sibilant, like wind through dry leaves. This time I was sure it wasn't the pipes. I turned toward the sound, peering into the darkness beyond the utility room. "Hello," I called out, feeling foolish even as I did it. No response. Just that oppressive silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. I climbed the stairs quickly, eager to get out of that basement and back into something resembling natural light. Samuel was waiting for me in the kitchen, standing so still he might have been carved from stone. "The problem is resolved," I said, wiping my hands on a rag. "Drain was backed up with debris, but it's flowing clear now. Shouldn't give you any more trouble." "Excellent," Samuel said, reaching into his pocket and withdrawing an envelope. "Your payment." I took the envelope without opening it, tucking it into my shirt pocket. "If you have any other problems, don't hesitate to call." "We appreciate your discretion," Samuel said, and there was something in his tone that made it sound less like a comment and more like a warning. I made my way back to my truck as quickly as I could without running, all too aware of the eyes I could feel watching me from the house's dark windows. It wasn't until I was back on the main road, the Henderson place disappearing behind the trees, that I allowed myself to relax. But even then, I couldn't shake the memory of that whisper in the basement, or the feeling that I'd seen something in the shadows that my mind refused to process. Something that explained the smell and the strange behavior of the people at the house, and the way my skin had crawled from the moment I'd set foot on the property. That night at the Rusty Nail, I told Jack about the job, but I found myself editing the story, leaving out the more unsettling details. Just strange people being strange. I told him nothing more. But as I walked home that night, I found myself looking over my shoulder more than usual, and I made sure to lock my doors before going to bed. The first disappearance happened 3 days after my visit to the Henderson place. Lisa Thompson was the town librarian, a quiet woman in her mid-30s who lived alone in a small house near the elementary school. She was the kind of person who faded into the background, pleasant enough but unremarkable, the sort you might not notice unless you needed help finding a book or renewing a library card. When she didn't show up for work on Thursday morning, the assistant librarian, Carol Hendricks, assumed Lisa was sick and called her house. No answer. By afternoon, Carol was worried enough to drive over and check on her. Lisa's car was in the driveway, her mail was overflowing from the box, and no one answered the door. Sheriff Nolan found the house unlocked, Lisa's purse on the kitchen counter, her keys on the table by the door, no signs of struggle, no indication of where she might have gone. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. Probably went to visit family, people said. Had some kind of emergency and forgot to tell anyone. But Lisa had no family to speak of, and even if she had, she wasn't the type to leave without making arrangements for the library. The town was unsettled, but not yet panicked. People disappear sometimes, even in small towns, maybe especially in small towns, where the isolation can drive folks to desperate measures. Then Bill Evans went missing. Bill was a retired farmer, 72 years old and stubborn as a mule. He lived by himself on 10 acres outside town, tending a small garden and complaining about the government to anyone who would listen. His nearest neighbor, Mrs. Kowalski, noticed his mail piling up on Friday. By Saturday, she was concerned enough to call Sheriff Nolan. They found Bill's house the same way they'd found Lisa's. Door unlocked, no signs of struggle, personal belongings undisturbed. His old pickup truck was in the driveway, keys in the ignition. A half-eaten sandwich sat on the kitchen table, the bread gone stale but not moldy. Now the town was scared. 2 disappearances in 4 days was more than coincidence, especially when both scenes showed the same impossible characteristics. People started looking over their shoulders, checking their locks twice, keeping their children close. The Rusty Nail, usually busy on weekend nights, was nearly empty. Even Jack seemed subdued when I met him there on Saturday evening. "What do you think happened to them?" he asked, nursing a beer that he'd barely touched. I shook my head. "No idea. Sheriff have any leads? If he does, he's not sharing them." Jack leaned closer, lowering his voice even though we were practically alone in the bar. "But I heard something interesting from my cousin Danny. He works for the power company, does meter readings. Yeah. Says he was out by the Henderson place yesterday, and he saw something strange. Smoke coming from behind the house like they were burning something big. But when he got closer to check the meter, the smoke stopped and he couldn't see any fire. A chill ran down my spine. Could have been anything. Burning brush, trash, whatever. Maybe, Jack said, but he didn't sound convinced. Danny said the smell was wrong though, not like burning wood or leaves, more like... He trailed off, looking uncomfortable.
Like what?
Like meat, Jack finished quietly. We sat in silence for a moment, both of us probably thinking the same thing, but neither wanting to voice it. Finally, Jack cleared his throat. "Probably nothing," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Just folks being paranoid." That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, thinking about smoke and strange smells and people who disappeared without a trace. Every small sound made me tense: the house settling, wind in the trees, a cat yowling somewhere in the distance. I found myself thinking about the basement at the Henderson place, about the whisper I'd heard, and the feeling of being watched. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up on sleep and went to the kitchen to make coffee. As I waited for it to brew, I pulled out the envelope Samuel had given me and counted the bills inside. $200 for a job that shouldn't have paid more than $50. Why had they overpaid so much? And what had Samuel meant about appreciating my discretion? I was still puzzling over these questions when someone knocked on my door. The sound was so unexpected at that hour that I nearly dropped my coffee mug. I stood frozen in the kitchen, listening to my heart pound as the knocking came again, soft but insistent.
Ezra Finch?
The voice was female, young and terrified.
Please, I need your help.
I approached the door cautiously, peering through the peephole. A young woman stood on my porch, pale and shaking in the porch light. She looked to be in her early 20s, with long dark hair and wide, frightened eyes. I didn't recognize her. "Who are you?" I called through the door. "My name is Emily," she said, glancing nervously over her shoulder. "I need to talk to you about the Henderson place." My blood went cold. I unlocked the door and opened it, keeping the chain engaged. "What about it?" "Please," she said, her voice breaking. "They're looking for me. I don't have much time." Against every instinct screaming at me to keep the door locked, I let her in. She was wearing dark clothing similar to what I'd seen at the Henderson place, but it was torn and dirty, as if she'd been running through the woods. Her hands were scratched and bleeding, and there were leaves in her hair. "Thank you," she said, collapsing into one of my kitchen chairs. "I wasn't sure you'd believe me." "Believe what?" I asked, pouring her a cup of coffee. Her hands shook as she wrapped them around the mug. "That they're dangerous," she whispered. "The people at the Henderson place, they're not what they seem." I sat down across from her, trying to keep my voice calm. "What do you mean?" Emily took a shaky sip of coffee, then looked directly at me with eyes that held too much pain for someone so young. "I was part of their group. Samuel found me in Billings 6 months ago when I was living on the streets. He promised community, purpose, a family. I was so desperate." She trailed off, staring into her coffee cup. "Go on," I said gently. "At first it seemed wonderful. Everyone was so kind, so welcoming. They took care of me, gave me clean clothes, decent food, a place to belong. But gradually things changed. The rules became stricter, the punishments harsher, and the teachings—" Emily shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. "Samuel preaches about transcendence, about shedding the corrupt flesh to achieve spiritual purity. He says the outside world is poison, that only through sacrifice can we cleanse ourselves and reach enlightenment." "What kind of sacrifice?" I asked, though I was afraid I already knew the answer. "Human sacrifice," she whispered. "He believes that by taking the life of the impure, the corrupt, we can absorb their essence and purify it. The missing people, Lisa Thompson, Bill Evans, they're not missing, they're dead." The words hit me like a physical blow. I'd suspected something was wrong at the Henderson place, but this was beyond my worst fears. "I tried to leave before," Emily continued, "but they caught me. Samuel said I was too valuable to lose, that I had a special role to play in the final ritual. He kept me locked in the basement for 3 days, telling me about his vision of purification, of the great cleansing that was coming." "How did you escape?" "Tonight was supposed to be another ceremony. They drugged my food to make me compliant, but I managed to hide most of it under my tongue and spit it out later. When they took me to the basement, I was awake enough to fight. I managed to get away, but they're looking for me. They'll never stop looking." I stared at her, part of me wanting to dismiss her story as the ravings of a traumatized young woman. But I remembered the whisper in the basement, the overpayment, Samuel's warning about discretion. Too many pieces fit together. "We need to call the police," I said. Emily shook her head frantically. "They won't believe me. Samuel is careful. He's convinced everyone in town that we're just a harmless religious group. And besides, by the time the police investigate, they'll have moved the evidence. They're very good at cleaning up." Then what do you want me to do? She leaned forward, grabbing my hand with fingers that were ice cold. Help me gather proof. You've been inside the house. You know the layout. We can get evidence that even the police can't ignore. Every rational part of my mind screamed that this was insane, that I should call Sheriff Nolan immediately and let him handle it. But I kept thinking about Lisa Thompson and Bill Evans, about the whisper in the basement and the smell of something burning behind the Henderson place. If they really are killing people, I said slowly, why haven't they killed you? Emily's face went pale. Because I'm not meant to be killed, she whispered. I'm meant to be the killer. Samuel has been training me, preparing me for the final ritual. He says I have the purity of spirit needed to complete the cleansing. The next sacrifice is supposed to be made by me, to prove my worthiness. When? Tomorrow night. Halloween. I felt the blood drain from my face. Halloween was still considered a pagan holiday by many religious groups, a time when the barrier between the living and dead was thinnest. If Samuel truly believed in his twisted doctrine, it would be the perfect night for his final ritual. All right, I heard myself saying, we'll get your proof. We waited until after midnight before making our move toward the Henderson place. Emily had spent the day hidden in my workshop while I went through the motions of normalcy, fixing Mrs. Patterson's leaky faucet, replacing a broken window for the Methodist church, nodding politely when people asked if I'd heard anything new about the missing people. Every interaction felt surreal, like I was playing a role in a play I didn't understand. How could people go about their daily routines when a cult of killers was operating just miles away? But then again, they didn't know what Emily and I knew. They hadn't heard her story or seen the terror in her eyes. As the sun set on Halloween night, Three Forks looked like any other small town preparing for trick-or-treaters. Jack-o'-lanterns glowed on porches, fake cobwebs draped from trees, and children in costumes ran from house to house with bags of candy. The normalcy felt obscene. Emily had barely eaten all day, spending most of her time staring out the workshop window at the tree line, as if expecting Samuel and his followers to emerge from the forest at any moment. When I asked if she wanted to back out, she shook her head firmly. They have to be stopped, she said. I won't let anyone else die because of my cowardice. We drove to within a mile of the Henderson place, then abandoned my truck on a logging road and continued on foot. Emily knew the property well, guiding us through the woods along deer paths that kept us hidden from the main driveway. The moon was nearly full, providing enough light to navigate but also making us feel exposed whenever we had to cross open ground. As we got closer to the house, we could see lights in the windows, more lights than I'd seen during my plumbing visit. The black vans were still parked near the front entrance, but now they were joined by several other vehicles I didn't recognize. More people have arrived, Emily whispered, for the ceremony. We crept closer, using the overgrown landscaping as cover. Through the windows, I could see figures moving around inside the house, all dressed in the same dark clothing I'd seen before. But tonight, their movements seemed different, more purposeful, more ritualistic. The basement entrance is around back, Emily said, pointing toward the rear of the house. There's an exterior door that leads directly down. That's how they bring in the... She didn't finish the sentence, but I understood. That's how they brought in their victims. We circled around to the back of the property, staying well within the tree line. The rear of the house was darker, with only a few windows showing light. But what caught my attention was the smell, that same organic odor I'd noticed during my plumbing job, but stronger now, mixed with something that made my stomach turn. There, Emily pointed to a set of concrete steps leading down to a heavy wooden door. That's the entrance to the ritual chamber. The ritual chamber, not just a basement, but a place specifically designed for Samuel's twisted ceremonies. I felt sick thinking about what had happened down there, about Lisa and Bill and whoever else had disappeared over the months. We approached the exterior door carefully. To my surprise, it wasn't locked, but then again, who would be stupid enough to break into a cult stronghold? Besides us, apparently. The door opened onto a narrow staircase that descended into absolute darkness. I had brought a small flashlight, but I was reluctant to use it in case the light was visible from inside the house. We descended slowly, feeling our way along the rough stone walls. The smell grew stronger as we went deeper, and I had to breathe through my mouth to keep from gagging. At the bottom of the stairs, we found ourselves in a corridor I hadn't seen during my previous visit. This part of the basement was separate from the utility room where I'd worked on the drain. Emily grabbed my arm, her grip tight enough to bruise. "This way," she whispered, leading me toward a faint light visible around a corner. What we found defied my worst fears. The ritual chamber was a large room carved from the living rock beneath the house. The walls were covered with symbols painted in what looked like dried blood, not the geometric patterns I'd seen upstairs, but something older, more primitive. Candles provided the only light, casting dancing shadows that made the symbols seem to writhe and move. In the center of the room stood an altar made from rough-hewn stone, its surface stained dark with substances I didn't want to identify. Around the altar, the floor was marked with a complex pattern of circles and lines, also painted in what appeared to be blood. But it was the objects arranged around the room that made my breath catch in my throat. Personal belongings, a purse I recognized as Lisa Thompson's, Bill Evans's worn baseball cap, other items that must have belonged to victims I didn't even know about yet, trophies, proof of Samuel's crimes. "My God," I whispered, pulling out my phone to take pictures. The camera flash seemed blindingly bright in the dark chamber, and I winced, expecting alarms to sound or footsteps to come running. Instead, we heard voices from somewhere above us, chanting in a language I didn't recognize, the words rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. "They've started," Emily said, her face pale in the candlelight. "The ceremony has begun." I took as many photos as I could, documenting every angle of the chamber, every piece of evidence. The chanting grew louder, and now I could hear footsteps on the floor above us, moving in a pattern that suggested some kind of procession or dance. "We need to get out of here," I said, but Emily was staring at something in the far corner of the chamber that I hadn't noticed before. It was a cage, roughly welded from steel bars, just large enough to hold a person, and inside, "Jesus," I breathed. The figure huddled in the cage was barely recognizable as human, emaciated, filthy, wearing rags that might once have been clothing. At first I thought it was a corpse, but then I saw the slight rise and fall of its chest. "Tom Hendricks," Emily whispered. "He was a drifter who came through town about 2 weeks ago. Samuel said he was perfect for the final ritual because no one would miss him." Tom Hendricks. I remembered him now, a vagrant who'd been sleeping in the park until Sheriff Nolan moved him along. I'd seen him panhandling outside the grocery store, and like most people, I'd looked the other way. Now he was going to die because of our collective indifference. "We have to get him out," I said, moving toward the cage. "Ezra, no." Emily grabbed my arm. "If we try to free him now, they'll know we were here. They'll disappear, destroy the evidence, and we'll never be able to prove what they've done." She was right, but that didn't make it any easier to look at the broken man in the cage and walk away. I took more photos, including several of Tom Hendricks, then forced myself to turn toward the exit. That's when we heard the footsteps on the stairs. Someone was coming down to the ritual chamber, and we were trapped. The only exit was the way we'd come in, and whoever was descending would see us the moment we tried to leave. Emily pointed frantically toward a shadowed recess behind the altar. We dove for cover just as the footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, pressing ourselves against the cold stone wall and trying to control our breathing. 3 figures entered the chamber, all wearing dark robes with hoods that obscured their faces. But I recognized Samuel's voice when he spoke. "Everything is prepared," he said to his companions. "The vessel awaits, and the instrument of cleansing is ready. Tonight we complete the great work." One of the other figures moved to the cage and unlocked it, dragging Tom Hendricks out with surprising gentleness. The poor man was so weak he could barely stand, swaying like a reed in the wind as they positioned him near the altar. "Where is the girl?" Samuel asked. "Still missing," one of his followers replied. "But we have searched everywhere. She cannot have gone far." "She must be found," Samuel said, his voice carrying a cold fury that made my blood freeze. "Without her, the ritual is incomplete. She is the chosen one, the pure vessel through which the cleansing must flow. Perhaps we should postpone." "No," the word cracked like a whip. "Too much has been sacrificed to reach this moment. We will proceed as planned. If the girl cannot be found, then we will improvise." The followers began arranging candles around the altar in a specific pattern, while Samuel opened what looked like an ancient book and began reading from it in that same unknown language we'd heard upstairs. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, and Tom Hendricks began to whimper. I looked at Emily. whose face was white with terror. We both knew we were witnessing the preparation for a murder, and there was nothing we could do to stop it without revealing ourselves. Even if we tried to intervene, we were outnumbered and trapped in a room with only one exit. But I couldn't just watch a man die. I was about to spring from our hiding place when Emily grabbed my wrist, her nails digging into my skin. She shook her head frantically, pointing upward. I could hear what she'd noticed, more footsteps above us, moving toward the basement stairs. How many people were in this house? How large was Samuel's cult? The ritual continued, building toward some terrible climax, when suddenly the sound of sirens shattered the night air. Police sirens, getting closer fast. Samuel's chanting stopped abruptly. "What is that?" The sirens were close now, right outside the house. Car doors slammed, and I could hear shouting voices, Sheriff Nolan's among them. "We have been betrayed," Samuel said, his voice deadly calm. "Gather the sacred items. We must leave immediately." His followers moved with practiced efficiency, collecting candles, ritual implements, and the mysterious book. Within minutes, they had cleared most of the evidence from the chamber. "What about him?" one of them asked, pointing to Tom Hendricks. Samuel looked at the broken man with cold calculation. "Leave him. He is too weak to speak coherently, and without the other evidence, his ravings will be dismissed as the fantasies of a damaged mind." They fled up the stairs, leaving Tom Hendricks collapsed beside the altar. Above us, I could hear running footsteps, doors slamming, and the sound of vehicles starting up. Emily and I emerged from our hiding place as the sound of the cult's vehicles faded into the distance. Tom Hendricks was unconscious but breathing, and I could hear Sheriff Nolan's voice upstairs, calling for us to come out with our hands visible. "How did they know to come?" I asked Emily as we helped Tom to his feet. She smiled weakly. "I called them before we left your place. Anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the Henderson place. I figured even if we didn't find evidence, at least the police would be here to investigate." Smart girl. Smarter than me, certainly. We made our way upstairs, supporting Tom between us, and emerged to find the house surrounded by police cars and emergency vehicles. Sheriff Nolan stood in the front yard, looking grim and tired. "Ezra?" he called out when he saw me. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Long story, Sheriff," I said, "but you're going to want to see what's in that basement." The next few hours passed in a blur of questions, statements, and controlled chaos as law enforcement processed the scene at the Henderson place. EMTs took Tom Hendricks to the hospital, where doctors said he would eventually recover but would need weeks of care to undo the damage of his captivity. Sheriff Nolan examined the photos on my phone with a mixture of horror and professional skepticism. Even with most of the ritual implements gone, enough evidence remained in the basement chamber to confirm Emily's story. The symbols painted on the walls, the stained altar, the personal belongings of the missing people. It painted a picture that was impossible to dismiss. "Christ, Ezra," Sheriff Nolan said, shaking his head as he scrolled through the images. "Why didn't you come to me first?" "Would you have believed us?" I asked, without proof. He was quiet for a long moment, then sighed. "Probably not. Sam seemed like a normal guy when I met him. Weird maybe, but not dangerous." The cult had vanished completely, leaving behind only the house and 3 abandoned vehicles. Samuel and his core followers had apparently escaped in other cars, probably stored off-site for exactly this kind of emergency. A statewide APB was issued, but I had a feeling they were already far away. Emily spent the night at the hospital for observation, exhaustion, and dehydration, finally catching up with her now that the immediate danger had passed. I gave my complete statement to the state police investigators who arrived the next morning, then finally went home to try to process what had happened. The media descended on Three Forks like a plague of locusts. News vans lined Main Street, reporters interviewed anyone willing to talk, and our quiet little town became the center of a national story about cult activity and ritual murder. The attention was overwhelming and deeply unwelcome. Jack found me at home 2 days later, looking haggard and shaken. "Jesus, Ezra," he said, slumping into one of my kitchen chairs. "I can't believe this was happening right under our noses." "None of us could have known," I said, though the words felt hollow. There had been signs, the isolation of the cult, their strange behavior, the mysterious disappearances. If we'd been more vigilant, more willing to look past the surface, maybe Lisa Thompson and Bill Evans would still be alive. The FBI found evidence of at least 6 murders, Jack continued. Bodies buried in the woods behind the house. Some of them have been there for months. 6 murders. 6 people who had trusted Samuel's promises of community and purpose, only to become victims of his twisted beliefs. The thought made me sick. "What about Emily?" Jack asked. "How's she holding up?" "Better than you'd expect," I said. Emily had shown remarkable resilience, working with investigators to provide details about the cult's operations and helping them understand Samuel's psychological manipulation techniques. She's talking about staying in Three Forks permanently. Says she wants to help the community heal. Over the following weeks, more details emerged about Samuel's cult. They had been operating for over 2 years, moving from town to town whenever local authorities got too interested. Three Forks was supposed to be their final stop, the place where Samuel would complete his great work and achieve the spiritual transcendence he preached about. The FBI profiler assigned to the case explained that Samuel was a classic cult leader, charismatic, manipulative, and utterly convinced of his own divine mission. He recruited vulnerable people like Emily, isolated them from outside influences, then gradually broke down their psychological defenses until they would do anything he asked. The scary thing, the profiler told me during one interview, is how normal these people can seem on the surface. Samuel passed background checks, had no criminal record, presented himself as a legitimate religious leader. If not for your actions and Miss Emily's courage, he might have continued killing indefinitely. The investigation eventually wound down, with Samuel and his core followers still at large but the immediate threat eliminated. Life in Three Forks slowly returned to something resembling normal, though the shadow of what had happened would always linger over our community. Emily kept her word about staying in town. She found work at the local diner and gradually became a part of our community, though I could see the trauma in her eyes whenever someone mentioned the Henderson place. We grew closer over the months that followed, bonded by our shared experience and the knowledge that we had looked evil in the face and lived to tell about it. The Henderson place itself stood empty once again, though now it was officially condemned and scheduled for demolition. The local government wanted to erase all traces of what had happened there, to reclaim the land and build something positive in its place. I supported that decision. Some places carry too much darkness to ever be truly clean again. One evening in early spring, about 6 months after the events at the Henderson place, Emily and I sat on my porch watching the sunset paint the Montana sky in shades of orange and gold. The worst of the media attention had died down, and Three Forks was learning to be a quiet small town again. "Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you hadn't let me in that night?" Emily asked. I considered the question. Tom Hendricks would be dead, maybe others too, if Samuel had found more victims. The cult would still be out there somewhere, continuing their killing. And if they had caught me before I reached your house? "Don't think about that," I said firmly. "You were brave enough to escape, smart enough to find help, and strong enough to see it through. That's what matters." Emily smiled, but I could see the sadness that never quite left her eyes. Surviving Samuel's cult had saved her life, but it had also cost her the innocence that most people her age took for granted. She would always carry the knowledge of what humans were capable of when they surrendered their moral compass to a charismatic leader. "Have you heard anything new about the investigation?" she asked. I shook my head. FBI thinks Samuel and his people are probably hiding out somewhere in Canada or Mexico by now. They had this planned out too well to get caught easily. The thought that Samuel was still out there, possibly rebuilding his cult and finding new victims, was a constant source of anxiety for both of us. But there was nothing more we could do except hope that law enforcement would eventually track him down. "I had another nightmare last night," Emily said quietly. "About the basement. About what would have happened if we'd been caught down there." "That's normal," I said, though I'd been having my own nightmares about the ritual chamber and the terrified man in the cage. "Maybe you should talk to someone. There are counselors who specialize in this kind of trauma." "Maybe," she said, but I could tell she wasn't ready for that step yet. Emily was strong, but she was also stubborn, convinced that she could work through her psychological wounds on her own. We sat in comfortable silence as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky. Three Forks spread out below us, peaceful and ordinary, showing no signs of the horror that had briefly taken root here. Children rode their bicycles through the streets, families gathered on their porches, and the warm glow of windows promised safety and normalcy. But I knew that beneath the surface, our community had been forever changed. We had learned that evil could wear a friendly face and speak in soothing words. We had discovered that the most dangerous predators were often those who promised salvation while delivering damnation. The experience had also taught us something else, though, that ordinary people could find extraordinary courage when it mattered most. Emily had risked everything to escape Samuel's control and warn others. I had set aside my natural caution to help a stranger in need. Together we had done what needed to be done, even when it meant facing our worst fears.
Ezra?
Emily said, breaking the silence. Yeah. Thank you for believing me, for helping me, Thank you for having the courage to knock on my door, I replied, and for trusting me with the truth. She leaned against my shoulder, and we watched the lights of Three Forks twinkle in the gathering darkness. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, new opportunities to choose between comfort and courage. But tonight we were safe, and we were together, and we had survived something that should have destroyed us. In the distance, I could see the dark outline of the ridge where the Henderson place sat empty and condemned. Soon it would be gone, reduced to rubble and memories, and something new would take its place. But I would never forget what had happened there, or the lesson it had taught me about the thin line between civilization and chaos. Life in Three Forks went on, as life always does, carrying its mixture of joy and sorrow, hope and fear, love and loss. But now it carried something else as well. The knowledge that when darkness threatened our community, we had found the strength to stand against it. And if it ever came again, we would be ready. My name is Kanati Black Bear, and I've been a park ranger at Great Smoky Mountains National Park for 12 years. The name Kanati means guardian of the hunt in Cherokee, fitting since I've spent most of my life tracking things through these ancient mountains. My great-grandmother told me our family has walked these ridges since before the white man's maps gave them English names. She said the forest remembers every footstep, every breath, every drop of blood that's ever touched these hills. I used to think that was just the kind of thing old people say to make the world seem more mysterious than it really is. I don't think that anymore. The morning everything changed started like any other October day. Mist hung in the hollows like smoke from dying campfires, and the maples had turned that deep red color that tourists drive hundreds of miles to photograph. I was making my usual rounds along the Deep Creek Trail when my radio crackled to life. Kanati, this is dispatch. We've got a missing person report on the Appalachian Trail near Klingman's Dome. Father and 8-year-old daughter been missing since yesterday afternoon. I keyed the mic. Roger, dispatch. Any idea where they were headed? Family says they were planning to camp at Double Spring Gap. Father's name is Marcus Chen. Daughter is Lily. They're from Knoxville. Not experienced hikers. My stomach dropped. Double Spring Gap sits at over 5,000 feet elevation, and October nights up there can kill unprepared civilians. But something else bothered me about the location. In all my years ranging these mountains, I'd pulled more bodies out of the hollows around Double Spring than anywhere else. There was something about that particular stretch of ridge that seemed to eat people. I'm on my way, I radioed back. The drive up Klingman's Dome Road gave me time to think. Missing persons cases were the worst part of my job, especially when kids were involved. Most of the time we found them alive, cold, scared, maybe dehydrated, but alive. Sometimes we found them dead from exposure or falls. Sometimes we never found them at all. Those were the cases that kept me awake at night, staring at the ceiling while mountain winds rattled my cabin windows. The ones where we'd search for weeks, bringing in dogs and helicopters and volunteers from 3 counties, only to come up empty. The ones where experienced trackers would find boot prints that just stopped in the middle of a clear trail, like the person had simply vanished into thin air. My great-grandmother had a name for those disappearances. She called them Adawihi Utloyazdi, taken by the old ones. She said there were things in these mountains that were here long before the Cherokee, things that remembered when the world was different. According to her, most of them slept deep in the earth or high on the ridges where men rarely walked, but sometimes they woke up hungry. The Cherokee have always known these mountains weren't empty. Our ancestors spoke of the Envihai, the stone giants who lived in the deepest caves, and the Atsila Skalani, the fire spirits that danced on the highest peaks. But the story that always stuck with me was about the Keklakudla, the hairy wild man who walked upright like a person but was bigger than any human, with eyes like black pits and a smell like rotting meat. The old stories said the Keklakudla was neither friend nor enemy to the Cherokee. It was simply a part of the mountain, like bears or wolves, but far more dangerous. It didn't hunt for food, it hunted for reasons no human could understand, and it never left anything behind except terror and empty spaces where people used to be. I parked at the Klingman's Dome overlook and started hiking toward Double Spring Gap. The trail was busy with day hikers, retirees with expensive gear, and college kids taking selfies. None of them noticed the details that made my skin crawl, like the way the birds had gone quiet in certain sections of forest, like the smell that hung in the air near the gap, musky and wild, but with an undertone of something sick, like the trees. Jesus Christ, the trees. About a mile before Double Spring Gap, I started noticing scratch marks on the bark, deep gouges, too high up to be from bears, too wide to be from anything else I knew. Some of the marks were fresh, oozing sap like open wounds. Others looked older, carved into trees that must have been scarred years ago. But the worst part wasn't the scratches themselves, it was the pattern. The marks weren't random like you'd expect from an animal sharpening its claws. They were deliberate, almost purposeful, like something had been leaving messages. I found their campsite just as the sun started dropping behind the ridge. The tent was still standing, perfectly intact, with their sleeping bags and gear laid out inside like they'd just stepped away for a minute. But there were no signs of the chins anywhere. The campfire was cold, probably hadn't been lit since the night before. Food was still in sealed containers. No evidence that bears or other scavengers had been through the camp. 2 pairs of hiking boots sat neatly outside the tent entrance, as if the chins had removed them before going inside and then left barefoot. I called it in and started establishing a search perimeter, but my attention kept getting drawn to the tree line. The scratches I'd seen on the trail continued around the campsite, carved into nearly every trunk within 50 yards. Some were 8 feet off the ground or higher. Whatever had made them was big enough to reach that high while standing on the ground. And it had been here recently, very recently. The sap was still wet. As I worked my way around the perimeter, I found the first real clue about what had happened to the chins. At the northern edge of the campsite, the one closest to the ridgeline, I discovered a set of footprints in a patch of soft earth. They weren't human. The prints were roughly foot-shaped, but massive, maybe 18 inches long and nearly as wide. 5 toes were clearly visible, each ending in what looked like a claw mark. The stride length between prints was longer than any human could manage, maybe 4 feet between steps. But what made my blood run cold wasn't the size or the shape of the tracks. It was that they were accompanied by 2 sets of smaller prints. Human prints, bare feet, one adult-sized and one child-sized, walking alongside the massive tracks. The chins had left their campsite voluntarily, walking barefoot into the forest with whatever had made those enormous prints. I followed the trail as far as I could before losing light. The tracks led up the ridgeline, away from any established trail, into terrain that got steadily more rugged and remote. The human footprints stayed consistent for the first 100 yards, but then they started to change. The adult prints began to drag, like Marcus Chen was stumbling or being pulled along. The child's prints became erratic, sometimes veering off the main path before returning to walk beside the creature's tracks. But neither set of human prints ever showed signs of running or struggling. It was like they were in some kind of trance. By the time full darkness fell, I was miles from the campsite and completely alone on the mountain. I should have turned back, should have waited for the search team that dispatch was scrambling together, but something kept pulling me forward, deeper into the forest. Maybe it was my Cherokee blood, the part of me that had been walking these ridges for generations. Maybe it was just the stubborn part of my personality that couldn't leave a job half finished. Or maybe it was something else, something that wanted me to follow those tracks, to see what was waiting at the end of the trail. I switched on my headlamp and kept walking. The forest at night in the Smokies is a different world than the one tourists see during the day. The darkness isn't just an absence of light. It's a living thing that presses against you from all sides, full of sounds you can't identify and movements just outside your vision. Every snap of a twig sounds like a footstep. Every rustle of leaves sounds like something large moving through the undergrowth. But that night felt different, even for the mountains. Wrong, somehow. The normal night sounds, owls calling, insects chirping, the distant cry of a fox were completely absent. The only noise was my own breathing, and the crunch of my boots on dead leaves. Even the wind had died to nothing, leaving the air still and heavy with that sick smell I'd noticed earlier. I was so focused on following the tracks that I almost missed the blood. It was splattered across a fallen log about 3 miles from the campsite, dark and fresh enough to still be wet. Not a lot of blood, maybe a few ounces, but enough to make it clear that someone had been hurt. The drops continued along the trail, getting more frequent as I moved deeper into the forest. That's when I heard the screaming. The sound that cut through the mountain silence wasn't quite human, but it wasn't animal either. It was something in between, a cry of pure terror mixed with notes of pain that made every nerve in my body stand on end. The scream echoed off the ridges for what felt like an eternity before fading into a whimper that was somehow even worse than the initial shriek. It was coming from somewhere ahead of me, up the slope where the tracks led. I killed my headlamp and stood perfectly still, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. The Cherokee have hunted these mountains for 1,000 years, and some of that knowledge runs in the blood. My great-grandmother taught me to move through the forest like a shadow, to see in darkness and hear things that most people miss. What I heard in the silence after that scream was the sound of something large moving through the underbrush, deliberate footsteps too heavy to be human, making their way down the slope toward my position. I drew my service pistol and crept behind a large oak tree, trying to control my breathing. Standard protocol for encounters with dangerous wildlife was to make noise, appear large, and back away slowly. But whatever was out there wasn't standard wildlife, and my gut told me that following protocol would get me killed. The footsteps got closer, accompanied by a sound I'd never heard before, a low rumbling that seemed to come from deep in the creature's chest. Not quite a growl, not quite a vocalization, like the sound a mountain might make if it could speak. When I finally saw it, my brain struggled to process what my eyes were telling me. The thing that emerged from the tree line was easily 8 feet tall and covered in dark, matted hair that seemed to absorb the faint starlight. Its shoulders were broader than any human's, and its arms hung down past its knees, ending in hands that looked powerful enough to crush skulls. But it was the way it moved that truly terrified me, fluid and purposeful, like it knew exactly where it was going and why. It wasn't shambling like a dumb animal, it was hunting. The creature's head turned in my direction, and I got a clear look at its face. The features were almost human, but wrong in every detail. The brow ridge was too pronounced, the jaw too wide, the eyes set too deep in the skull, and those eyes, Christ, those eyes were like looking into empty wells. No intelligence there that I could recognize, but something else, something ancient and hungry. It sniffed the air, and I knew it had caught my scent. For a moment that felt like hours, we stared at each other across maybe 30 yards of forest. I could see its nostrils flaring as it tried to place what it was smelling. The pistol in my hand felt about as useful as a fly swatter. Then it smiled. I use that word because I can't think of another one that fits, even though the expression on that thing's face was nothing like any human smile. It was the look a predator gives its prey when it knows the hunt is over. The look a cat gives a cornered mouse. That's when I heard the voices. Help us. The words drifted down from somewhere up the slope, weak and desperate. A man's voice, followed by the higher pitch of a child. Please help us. The creature's head swiveled toward the sound, and that terrible smile widened. Then it turned away from me and started moving back up the slope, not bothering to look back. It knew I would follow. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to run, to get back to my truck and radio for backup and let someone else deal with whatever was happening on this mountain. But those voices, Marcus and Lily Chen, terrified and calling for help, made it impossible to walk away. I followed at a distance, using every bit of woodcraft my ancestors had passed down to stay hidden in the shadows. The creature moved with surprising silence for something so large, gliding between trees like it was part of the forest itself. Occasionally it would pause and sniff the air, but it never looked back at me. It knew I was following, and it wanted me to follow. The trail led up a steep ridge to a place I'd never seen before, despite 12 years of hiking these mountains. We emerged into a small clearing surrounded by massive stones that looked like they'd been arranged deliberately, though they were covered in moss and lichen that spoke of incredible age. Between the stones, I could see the dark mouths of caves leading back into the mountain. In the center of the clearing sat Marcus and Lily Chen. They were alive, but something was terribly wrong with them. They sat perfectly still, staring straight ahead with blank expressions, like they were sleepwalking with their eyes open. Blood had dried on Marcus's forehead from what looked like a head wound, and Lily's clothes were torn and dirty. But they weren't restrained. They weren't tied up or trapped in any way I could see. They were just sitting there in the middle of the clearing, completely motionless, while the creature that had taken them paced back and forth in front of the cave entrances. I worked my way closer, staying low behind the standing stones. From my new position, I could see other shapes in the shadows near the caves, more of the creatures, at least 3 of them, watching the clearing with those deep-set eyes. The Chens weren't prisoners, they were bait. The whole thing was a trap, and I'd walked right into it. One of the creatures near the caves made that rumbling sound I'd heard before, and the others answered with similar calls. They were communicating, coordinating. Whatever these things were, they were smart enough to plan and work together. That's when Marcus Chen's head turned toward my hiding spot, and I saw that his eyes were completely black. "He's here," Marcus said in a voice that didn't sound like his own. "The Guardian is here." The Cherokee word my great-grandmother had used for the wild man came back to me, Keklakudla. But she'd told me other stories too, older ones about things that existed before the Cherokee came to these mountains, things that slept in the deep places and only woke when the world was changing. According to the old stories, the Cherokee were not the first people in these mountains. Before us came others, giants and stone men and creatures with no names that human tongues could speak. Most of them had been driven away or destroyed when our ancestors claimed the land, but some had retreated to the highest peaks and deepest caves to wait. The stories said they would return when the last of the Cherokee blood was strong enough to serve as a bridge between the old world and the new. Looking at Marcus Chen's blackened eyes, I understood that they hadn't been taken randomly. They'd been taken because I was coming. Because something in these mountains knew I carried Cherokee blood, knew I would follow the trail, knew I wouldn't be able to resist trying to save them. The creatures had been waiting for me specifically. The largest of them, the one I'd first encountered, stepped into the center of the clearing and fixed those empty eyes on my hiding spot. When it spoke, its voice was like grinding stone, but the words were clear. "Come, little guardian, it is time to choose." I had 2 choices: run and leave the Chens to whatever fate these things had planned for them, or step into the clearing and face whatever was waiting for me. The service pistol in my hand held 15 rounds. Based on the size of these creatures, I doubted the bullets would do much more than annoy them. But I thought about what my great-grandmother had told me about the Keklakudla, about the old ones who remembered when the world was different. She'd said they weren't evil. Exactly. They were just hungry. Hungry for the way things used to be, when the mountains belonged to them and creatures like humans knew their place. Maybe there was a way to negotiate. Maybe there was something they wanted more than blood. I stepped out from behind the standing stone with my hands raised, the pistol visible but not aimed at anything. "I'm here," I called out. "Let them go and we can talk." The largest creature tilted its massive head, studying me with those black pit eyes. When it smiled again, I could see teeth like broken glass. "You still think like a white man, little guardian. You think words have power here. You think your metal badge and your loud stick make you strong." It gestured toward the caves behind it, and I could see more shapes moving in the darkness. Not just the creatures, there were people in there too. Dozens of them standing in the shadows with the same blank expressions as the Chens. "This mountain has been hungry for a long time," the creature continued. "Hungry for the old ways, when the strong took what they needed, and the weak served or died. Your people used to understand this. Your ancestors knew their place in the order of things." "My ancestors fought creatures like you," I said, surprised by how steady my voice sounded. "They drove you back into the caves where you belong." The creature's laugh was like boulders falling down a cliff face. "Your ancestors served us willingly, once they understood the truth. They brought us offerings, sacrifices, payment for safe passage through our domain. It was only when the white man came and filled their heads with new ideas that they grew rebellious. It took a step closer, and I could smell that sick, musky odor rolling off its fur. But the white man's time is ending, little guardian. The mountains are taking back what was always theirs, and you are going to help us. That's when I realized what had really happened to all those missing persons over the years, the ones we never found, the ones whose tracks just stopped in the middle of trails. They were all here in these caves, serving as some kind of workforce or food source for these ancient things. And now they wanted me to join them. The creature circled me slowly, like a wolf evaluating wounded prey. With each step it took, I could hear the soft crush of dead leaves under feet that were too large, too wide, too inhuman to belong to anything that should exist in the modern world. "You feel it, don't you?" it said, that grinding stone voice somehow managing to sound conversational. "The pull of the old ways. Your blood remembers what your mind has forgotten." I kept my pistol ready but not aimed, trying to buy time while I figured out how to get the Chens and myself out of this nightmare. The creature was right about one thing. There was something stirring in my chest, something that felt like recognition. Not fear exactly, but the kind of deep knowing you get when you see a place you've been before, even if you can't remember when. "The Cherokee have stories about things like you," I said. "They also have stories about how to deal with you." The creature's laugh rumbled through the clearing like distant thunder. "Stories change, little guardian. Each generation tells them differently, leaves out the parts that make them uncomfortable. Do you know what your ancestors really called us?" I didn't answer, but it continued anyway. "Nanahi. The people who live anywhere. Not monsters or demons, people. Different from you, older than you, but people nonetheless. We had treaties once, your ancestors and mine. Agreements about territory and tribute, and the proper way to share these mountains." It gestured toward the caves with one massive, clawed hand. "These people you see, they are not prisoners. They are fulfillment of those old contracts, payment for passage through our lands. Your people have been hiking and camping and building their roads through our territory for generations without offering so much as a word of respect." "Bullshit," I said. "You're talking about kidnapping and murder." "I'm talking about collecting what is owed." The creature stopped circling and faced me directly. In the starlight filtering through the forest canopy, I could see that its eyes weren't completely black. There were flecks of gold deep in the darkness, like embers in a coal fire. "But you are different, little guardian. You carry the old blood. You have walked these ridges with proper respect, learned to move like your ancestors moved. That gives you a choice the others didn't have." "What kind of choice?" "Serve willingly, and the man and child go free. Fight us, and they join the others in the deep places. It is the same choice your ancestors made when they first came to these mountains." I looked over at Marcus and Lily Chen, still sitting motionlessly in the center of the clearing. Whatever had been done to them, it wasn't permanent. I could see Lily's chest rising and falling with steady breaths, and Marcus occasionally blinked, even though his eyes remained that unnatural black. "What kind of service are we talking about?" I asked. The creature smiled, and this time there was something almost human in the expression. "You are a guardian already, little blood. You know these trails better than any white man. You understand the wild places, the hidden valleys, the caves that don't appear on any map." It took another step closer, and I caught a new scent under the musk and decay, something green and growing, like fresh earth after rain. "Help us find the others like you, the ones who still carry the old blood. Bring them to us, and we will teach them the proper way to walk in our domain. Refuse and watch as we take them anyway, but with much less consideration for their comfort." "You want me to help you kidnap people?" "I want you to help me restore the natural order. These mountains were never meant to be playgrounds for soft city people who drive their metal boxes to scenic overlooks and think they've experienced the wilderness. The land is dying under their touch, little guardian. The animals know it, the trees know it, even the stones know it." The creature extended one massive hand toward me, palm up. "Your ancestors understood that some prices must be paid to keep the world in balance. They gave us what we needed, and in return, we protected these ridges from truly dangerous things. There are worse creatures than us sleeping in the deep places. Little blood, much worse." I thought about all the missing persons cases I'd worked over the years, all the families who never got closure, never learned what happened to their loved ones. I thought about the search teams that came back empty-handed, the evidence that led nowhere, the trails that just stopped. I thought about my great-grandmother's stories and the Cherokee word for things that lived in the spaces between the human world and the wild. Adawihi Utloyasti, taken by the old ones. But I also thought about Lily Chen, 8 years old and 300 miles from home, sitting in that clearing with her mind stolen and her eyes like empty windows. If I agree, I said slowly, how do I know you'll honor the bargain? How do I know you won't just kill them anyway? Because we have always honored our agreements with the Cherokee, little guardian. It is your people who forgot the terms. The creature lowered its hand and stepped back, giving me space to think. Around the edges of the clearing, the other shapes waited in perfect silence, watching with those ember-flecked eyes. There is something else you should know, the creature said. The man and child are not the only ones at risk tonight. Your search team will arrive at first light, following the trail you left. Helicopters will come, television cameras, dozens of people trampling through our domain without permission or respect. My blood went cold. I'd been so focused on following the tracks that I hadn't thought about the consequences of my radio calls. By now, the Park Service would have multiple teams mobilizing for a full-scale search and rescue operation. Unless you help us, little guardian, tomorrow we'll see much more blood than tonight. I closed my eyes and tried to think. There had to be another option, some way to save the Chens without betraying every other Cherokee descendant in a 3-state area. But my mind kept coming back to my great-grandmother's stories, the ones about balance and respect, and the prices that had to be paid to live in harmony with the wild places. What if the creature was telling the truth? What if there really had been treaties between my ancestors and these things, agreements that my generation had forgotten or chosen to ignore? When I opened my eyes, Marcus Chen was looking directly at me. For just a moment, the blackness cleared from his gaze, and I could really see him, terrified and desperate, and trying to communicate something important. His lips moved soundlessly, forming words I had to read rather than hear. More coming. Then the darkness returned to his eyes, and he slumped back into that unnatural stillness. The creature had noticed the exchange. Time is short, little guardian. Choose now, or we choose for you. I raised my pistol and pointed it directly at the creature's chest. Here's my choice. Let them go, all of them, and I'll forget this ever happened. Keep them, and I put 15 rounds center mass and take my chances. The creature's smile faded, replaced by an expression of genuine sadness. You disappoint me, little blood. I had hoped you were wiser than your recent ancestors. It raised one massive hand, and the other shapes around the clearing began moving forward. 3 of them, just as large as the first, emerging from the shadows with that same fluid grace. I thumbed the safety off my pistol and backed toward the edge of the clearing, trying to keep all 4 creatures in sight. The smart thing to do would be to run, try to make it back to my truck and radio for backup. But running meant leaving the Chens, and backup would just mean more people disappearing. Last chance, I called out. Let them go. The old ways will return, little guardian, the creature said, with or without your help. That's when Lily Chen started screaming. Not the blank, empty sound I'd heard earlier, but the real scream of a terrified child. Her eyes cleared just like her father's had, and she looked around the clearing with dawning horror. Daddy, she cried, scrambling toward Marcus on hands and knees. Daddy, wake up! The nearest creature reached for her with one of those massive clawed hands. I put 3 rounds in its chest before it could touch her. The bullets hit like sledgehammers, spinning the creature around and dropping it to its knees. Black blood sprayed across the standing stones, and the thing let out a shriek that echoed off the ridges like a mountain screaming. But it didn't die. It rolled onto its side, clutching the wounds, and started climbing back to its feet. The other 3 creatures roared in unison and charged. I put 2 more rounds in the one closest to me, then dove behind the nearest standing stone as claws scraped across rock where my head had been. The creatures were faster than anything that size had a right to be, but they were also large targets, and the confined space of the clearing worked against them. I rolled to my left and came up shooting, emptying the rest of my magazine into the creature that was reaching for the chins. This time I aimed for the head, and the results were more satisfying. The thing dropped like a felled tree, dark blood pooling beneath its massive skull. But that left 2 more, and I was out of ammunition. The largest creature, the one I'd first encountered, stepped over its fallen companion with that terrible smile back on its face. Now you understand the choice you've made, little guardian. They die because you chose pride over wisdom. I drew my backup magazine and slammed it home, but the creature was already moving. It covered the distance between us in 3 long strides, faster than I could bring the pistol to bear. One massive hand closed around my wrist and squeezed until I could feel bones grinding together. The gun fell from nerveless fingers. You have forgotten the most important lesson of the Cherokee, the creature said, lifting me off the ground with one arm. Survival requires knowing when to fight and when to bend. That's when Marcus Chen tackled it from behind. The businessman from Knoxville probably weighed 170 pounds soaking wet, but he hit the creature with everything he had, wrapping his arms around its neck and driving it forward. The surprise attack didn't do much damage, but it was enough to make the creature stumble and release its grip on my wrist. I hit the ground hard and rolled toward my fallen pistol. Behind me, I could hear Marcus grunting with effort as he tried to maintain his hold on something 3 times his size. It wouldn't last long. "Run," he shouted. "Get Lily out of here." I came up with the pistol and put 4 rounds in the creature's back. This time I aimed for the spine, and the shots had the desired effect. The thing arched backward with a shriek of pain and rage, finally dislodging Marcus from its neck. But the 4th creature was already moving toward Lily, who had crawled to the far side of the clearing and was trying to hide behind one of the smaller standing stones. I sprinted across the clearing, knowing I wouldn't make it in time. The creature's massive hand was reaching for the little girl when something stepped out of the forest behind it. My great-grandmother. She'd been dead for 3 years, but there she was, looking exactly like she had in life, small and weathered and tough as old leather. She wore the traditional Cherokee dress she'd been buried in, and her long gray hair hung loose around her shoulders. The creature froze when it saw her, its hand stopping inches from Lily's shoulder. "Elise," I whispered, "grandmother." She looked at me with those sharp black eyes I remembered so well. "You have forgotten the old words, Antisulvi, grandson." She spoke something in Cherokee words I didn't recognize, syllables that seemed to twist in the air and echo with more force than her small voice should have been able to produce. The creature that had been reaching for Lily straightened slowly and turned to face her. "The treaties were broken long ago," my great-grandmother continued, switching to English. "Broken by both sides. What you do here tonight has no honor in it." The largest creature, the one I'd wounded, struggled to its feet, black blood dripping from its mouth. "The old woman is dead, Cherokee. Her words have no power here." "Death changes many things," my great-grandmother replied, "but it does not change what is right and what is wrong." She stepped fully into the clearing, and I could see that she wasn't entirely solid. Starlight seemed to pass through her in places, and her feet made no sound on the fallen leaves. "You were guardians once," she said to the creatures. "Protectors of the wild places, keepers of the balance. When did you become thieves and killers?" "When your people stopped bringing the tribute," the largest creature snarled. "When they forgot the old ways and began treating our domain like their playground." "Then teach them," my great-grandmother said simply. "Remind them, but do not become the monsters they think you are." For a long moment, the clearing was perfectly silent. The creatures stood frozen, watching this impossible conversation between a living Cherokee elder and the things that dwells in the deep places. Even Lily had stopped crying, staring wide-eyed at the ghostly figure who had appeared to save her. Finally, the largest creature spoke. "What do you propose, old woman?" "The same thing the Cherokee proposed generations ago when the white man first came to these mountains. Coexistence, mutual respect, boundaries that both sides honor." She turned to look at me. "My grandson will help you. He knows these mountains better than any living Cherokee. He can be the bridge between the old ways and the new." I started to protest, but she held up one translucent hand. "Not as your servant," she continued, addressing the creatures again. "As your partner, he will teach your existence to those who need to know, help establish proper protocols for visitors to your domain. In return, you will release those you have taken, and cease this practice of claiming people without their consent." The creature that had been reaching for Lily stepped back, tilting its massive head as it considered the proposal. "And if the white man refuses to honor such agreements, if they continue to treat our lands with disrespect, then you deal with individuals, not with kidnapping innocents who never knew such agreements existed." My great-grandmother's voice carried the authority of centuries. You teach respect through example, not through terror. The largest creature looked around the clearing, taking in its fallen companions, the blood soaked into the earth, the terrified faces of Marcus and Lily Chen. Finally, it nodded slowly. "Very well, old woman. We will try your way. But know this, if the agreements are broken again, if the tribute stops or the disrespect continues, we will return to the old methods." "Understood," my great-grandmother replied. "But first you must undo what you have done tonight. Release all those you have taken. Let them return to their lives with their memories intact but changed. Let them become the first teachers of the new agreement." The creature gestured toward the caves, and gradually people began emerging from the darkness. Dozens of them, hikers and campers and hunters who had disappeared over the years, all walking with that same blank expression. But as they stepped into the starlight, awareness returned to their eyes. Confusion, fear, but also understanding. They had seen what lived in the deep places. They knew the mountains would never be the same for them. Marcus Chen struggled to his feet and pulled his daughter into his arms. "What happens now?" he asked. I looked at my great-grandmother's fading form. "Now we learn," I said. "We figure out how to live with the fact that we're not alone in these mountains." My great-grandmother smiled one last time before disappearing completely. "Remember the old words, Anat Sylvie. Remember what it means to be a guardian." As the sun began to rise over the ridges, I radioed dispatch to call off the search teams. The Chens were safe, the missing persons were found, and everything was going to change. Some stories end with the monsters defeated and the world returning to normal. This story ends with the understanding that normal was never what we thought it was, and that sometimes the monsters aren't monsters at all. They're just another part of the world we forgot how to see. I'm still a park ranger. I still walk these trails and help lost hikers and document wildlife sightings. But now I have another job too. I'm a translator, a negotiator, a bridge between the world people think they know and the world that actually exists. The Cherokee word for it is Adodalagi, the one who speaks for others. And the mountains, for the first time in generations, are at peace. When I was 17, my childhood home was the perfect place for my friends to gather. There were several reasons for this arrangement. My father had constructed an enormous man cave in the basement, complete with a full-size pool table, a worn leather couch that could seat 8 people comfortably, and a mini fridge that seemed perpetually stocked with beer. My parents had an unspoken understanding with us. As long as we stayed downstairs and didn't cause trouble, they wouldn't interfere. It was an arrangement that worked surprisingly well. Though looking back now, I realize how much trust they placed in a group of teenage boys with access to alcohol. Our house sat on nearly 3 acres of land, positioned at the edge of a substantial wooded area that stretched for miles. The property line between our manicured lawn and the wild forest was marked only by a few scattered fence posts, long since rotted and fallen. Beyond those woods lay a dirt maintenance road, rarely traveled except by utility workers. And past that road sat the reservoir, a massive body of water that had captured my imagination since I was 12 years old. I'd spent countless hours there over the years, despite the very clear no trespassing signs posted every 50 feet along the chain-link fence. The Water Commission had given up trying to keep people out years ago. I'd personally cut at least a dozen holes in that fence at various points, creating my own private entrances. The reservoir became my refuge during my teenage years. A place to smoke cigarettes away from my parents' watchful eyes, to swim during brutal summer heat waves, to sit and think when life at home became overwhelming. The water was always cold, even in August, fed by underground springs that kept it crystal clear. In the late afternoon, when the sun hung low on the horizon, the surface would turn gold and orange, reflecting the sky like a mirror. That particular evening in late October 2015, 5 of us had gathered in my basement. The air was thick with the bass from some aggressive EDM track that Tyler had insisted on playing through my father's expensive sound system. We'd been shooting pool for nearly 2 hours, and the novelty was wearing thin. I'd already consumed 3 beers, feeling that pleasant warmth spreading through my chest, but not enough to impair my judgment, or so I thought. Tyler leaned against the pool table, spinning his cue stick absently between his palms. "This is getting boring," he announced, his voice cutting through the repetitive electronic beats. We should do something. Brandon looked up from his phone where he'd been scrolling mindlessly for the past 20 minutes. Like what? Let's go to the reservoir, Tyler suggested, his eyes brightening with the prospect of adventure. The sun won't set for another hour. We've got time. I glanced toward the small basement window, where pale October sunlight still filtered through. He was right, we had maybe 90 minutes of daylight left. Still, something about the suggestion made me hesitate. I couldn't articulate why, just a vague sense of unease that I quickly dismissed as paranoia. I'm in, Dylan said, already setting down his pool cue. He was always the first to agree to anything, constantly seeking stimulation, unable to sit still for more than a few minutes. Cameron nodded his agreement, already heading toward the basement stairs to grab his jacket. Brandon grabbed 2 more beers from the fridge, shoving them into his coat pockets. For the road, he said with a grin. I should have said no. I should have suggested we stay in the basement, order pizza, maybe watch a movie. But peer pressure is a powerful force when you're 17, and the thought of being labeled boring or scared was worse than whatever vague discomfort I felt about the plan. All right, I heard myself saying, but we need to be back before dark. My parents will freak if we're not here for dinner. We emerged from the basement into the cool October air. The temperature had dropped significantly since the afternoon, and I could see my breath forming small clouds as I exhaled. The trees surrounding my property were already half bare, their remaining leaves painted in shades of rust and amber. The ground was carpeted with dead foliage that crunched loudly under our feet with each step. The woods behind my house had always felt different at dusk. During the day, they were just trees and underbrush, familiar and mundane. But as the sun began its descent, shadows lengthened and deepened, transforming the landscape into something more ominous. The gaps between the trees became dark pockets where anything could hide. Every sound seemed amplified. The crack of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a crow. Tyler led our group, pushing through the overgrown path that I'd worn down over years of repeated trips. Brandon and Dylan followed behind him, laughing about something I couldn't quite hear. Cameron walked beside me, quieter than the others, his hands shoved deep in his jacket pockets. You ever think about what would happen if we actually got caught out there? Cameron asked me, his voice low enough that the others couldn't hear. I'd thought about it plenty of times. Trespassing on Water Commission property was technically a misdemeanor. We could be fined, possibly arrested if they wanted to make an example of us. My parents would be furious, but we'd been going to the reservoir for years without incident, and that had bred a dangerous sense of invincibility. We won't get caught, I said, with more confidence than I actually felt. We never do. The walk through the woods took about 15 minutes. The trail was muddy from rain that had fallen 2 days earlier, and our shoes sank slightly into the soft earth with each step. The air smelled of decomposing leaves and damp soil, that distinctive autumn scent that's both pleasant and faintly unsettling. Around us, the forest was alive with small sounds, chipmunks scurrying through the underbrush, birds settling into their evening roosts, the occasional whisper of wind through the bare branches overhead. We reached the fence sooner than expected. The chain-link barrier stood 8 feet tall, topped with 3 strands of rusted barbed wire that had long since lost its threat. I knew exactly where the nearest hole was, about 30 yards to our left, hidden behind a thick cluster of wild raspberry bushes. I'd cut it myself the previous summer, making it large enough to squeeze through without snagging clothing or skin. One by one, we pushed through the gap, the metal edges of the cut fence scraping against our jackets. Once on the other side, we paused for a moment, listening. This was always the most vulnerable point. If security happened to be nearby, this was when we'd be caught. But the only sounds were natural ones. Wind, birds, the distant gurgle of water flowing into the reservoir from a drainage pipe. The reservoir stretched before us like a vast, dark mirror. From our position on the near shore, I could see the entire oval-shaped body of water, perhaps a quarter-mile across at its widest point. The far shore was lined with dense forest. The trees reflected perfectly in the still water. The whole scene had an almost otherworldly quality in the fading light. Beautiful but somehow wrong, like a painting where the colors are just slightly off. We made our way down the embankment toward our usual spot, a rocky outcropping that jutted into the water. It was a perfect place to sit and drink, private enough that we couldn't be seen from the maintenance road, but elevated enough to provide a clear view of the surrounding area. The rocks were still damp from the recent rain, dark and slick with moisture. Tyler opened one of the beers he'd brought, the crack and hiss of the aluminum can unnaturally loud in the quiet evening. He took a long drink and let out an exaggerated sigh of satisfaction. "This is way better than shooting pool in a basement," he declared. For a while we just sat there, enjoying the peace and the view. The sun was touching the horizon now, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple. The temperature continued to drop, and I pulled my jacket tighter around my body. My fingers were already growing numb, and I regretted not bringing gloves. "Let's walk to the beach," Brandon suggested after we'd been sitting for about 20 minutes. He was gesturing toward the far side of the reservoir, where a section of shore had been cleared years ago during construction, creating a small sandy area that we'd nicknamed the beach. It was maybe a half-mile walk. We'd have to traverse the entire length of the near shore, cross at the narrow end, then walk back down the far side. I checked my phone. We still had maybe 45 minutes of usable light. "We should probably head back," I said, even though I knew no one would listen. "Come on, don't be paranoid," Tyler said, already standing up. "We've got plenty of time." Against my better judgment, I agreed. We began walking along the near shore, following the rough path that maintenance workers used to access various points along the reservoir. The ground was uneven, scattered with loose rocks and exposed roots that threatened to trip us with every step. On our left, the water lapped gently against the shore. On our right, the forest pressed in close, a wall of darkness that seemed to grow denser with each passing minute. The walk took longer than expected. By the time we reached the narrow end of the reservoir and began our trek down the far shore, the sun had fully set. The sky was still bright enough to see by, that strange twilight that exists between day and night, but full darkness was approaching quickly. Our footsteps seemed louder now, echoing off the water. No one was talking anymore. All of us focused on navigating the increasingly treacherous path. Cameron was the one who noticed it first. We were perhaps 3/4 of the way down the far shore, still a few hundred yards from the beach, when he suddenly stopped walking and raised his hand. The rest of us halted immediately, following his gaze. Something was moving at the far end of the shore, maybe 200 yards ahead of us. At first I thought it might be a deer or some other animal emerging from the forest to drink, but the shape was wrong, too upright, too purposeful in its movements. It was a person, I realized with a jolt. Someone else was at the reservoir. We instinctively crouched lower, as if making ourselves smaller would somehow make us invisible across that distance. My heart rate picked up slightly, though I wasn't sure why. Seeing another person at the reservoir wasn't unprecedented. Teenagers and young adults used the place regularly despite the trespassing laws. Still, something about the way this figure moved made me uncomfortable. The person emerged fully from the tree line and began walking toward the water's edge, and they were pulling something behind them. Even from our distance, I could make out the distinctive shape, a large black garbage bag, the kind contractors use, heavy-duty and oversized. The person was dragging it slowly, struggling with the weight of whatever was inside. "What the hell?" Dylan whispered, his voice barely audible. We stood frozen, watching. The figure reached the water's edge and knelt down beside the bag. From our vantage point, we couldn't see exactly what they were doing, but they appeared to be working on opening or adjusting something about the bag. The whole scene had a surreal quality, like watching a movie where you know something terrible is about to happen but can't look away. My mind was racing, trying to find innocent explanations for what we were witnessing. Maybe they were dumping yard waste, but who would haul garbage bags to a reservoir at dusk? Maybe they were disposing of something they'd caught while fishing, but fishing was also illegal here, and besides, the bag was too large for that explanation to make sense. Then the worst possibility entered my mind, and once it was there, I couldn't shake it. A body. There had been bodies found in this reservoir before. I'd read the news articles, heard the stories, one discovered 3 years ago, another 5 years before that. Both had been homicides, victims of drug-related violence from the nearby city. The reservoir was remote, rarely monitored, deep enough that something weighted down properly might never surface. My stomach churned, and I tasted bile in the back of my throat. Beside me, I could hear Brandon's breathing becoming rapid and shallow. We were all thinking the same thing, I realized. No one wanted to say it out loud, as if speaking the words would somehow make it more real. We should have left then. We should have turned around quietly and retraced our steps back to the fence, back through the woods, back to the safety of my basement. But something kept us rooted in place, a combination of morbid fascination and the paralytic fear that any movement might draw attention to our presence. The figure at the water's edge stood up, apparently finished with whatever they'd been doing to the bag. For a moment, they just stood there, looking out across the water. I found myself holding my breath, terrified that they would turn and see us standing there on the opposite shore. But they remained focused on the water, motionless as a statue. Then Tyler grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in hard enough to hurt. "Look," he hissed, pointing back toward the tree line. 3 more figures were emerging from the forest. I felt every muscle in my body tense simultaneously. My hands were shaking now, and not from the cold. 2 of the new arrivals were dragging garbage bags identical to the first one. Same size, same black industrial plastic, same slow progress that suggested significant weight. The third person was carrying something else, hoisting it above their head. It took me a moment to recognize the shape, a kayak, the kind used for solo paddling. "Oh God," Cameron whispered beside me. "Oh God, oh God." We were no longer making assumptions or grasping for innocent explanations. The scene before us had the unmistakable character of something criminal, something organized and deliberate. 4 people disposing of 3 heavy bags under cover of darkness, using a boat to reach the deeper parts of the reservoir where things would sink and stay sunken. This wasn't random dumping or thoughtless littering. This was planned. I lived only 15 minutes from one of the most violent cities in our state, a place where drug trafficking and gang activity were constants. The proximity had never bothered me much before. Crime stayed in the city, and our suburban area remained relatively safe. But now, watching these 4 figures coordinate their terrible task, I realized how naive that assumption had been. Geographic boundaries meant nothing to people willing to dump bodies in a public water supply. The 4 figures converged at the water's edge. One of them, I couldn't tell which, climbed into the kayak while the others worked to load one of the bags onto his lap. The kayak sat low in the water under the combined weight. Slowly, deliberately, the person paddled out toward the center of the reservoir. We watched, transfixed by horror, as the kayak reached what appeared to be the deepest point. The paddler seemed to struggle with something for a moment. Then the garbage bag slipped over the side and disappeared beneath the dark surface without a splash or ripple. The water accepted it silently, as if this was something it had done many times before. The paddler returned to shore and repeated the process with the second bag, then the third. Each time the same methodical routine: load the bag, paddle to the center, dump it, return. The efficiency was somehow worse than if they'd seemed panicked or rushed. This was clearly not their first time. My throat felt tight and I realized I'd been breathing in short, shallow gasps. My vision had narrowed to a tunnel, focusing entirely on those figures by the water. Every other sense seemed dulled. I couldn't feel the cold anymore, couldn't hear the natural sounds of the forest, couldn't smell the damp earth. All I could do was watch this nightmare unfold. Then my phone rang. The ringtone shattered the silence like an explosion. I'd forgotten to switch it to silent mode before we left my house, and now my mother's personalized ringtone, some cheerful pop song, blared from my jacket pocket. My hands fumbled for the phone, fingers clumsy with panic and cold, taking what felt like an eternity to find the button that would silence it. But the damage was done. All 4 figures by the water froze simultaneously, then turned as one to look in our direction, even across the distance of 200 yards. Even in the growing darkness, I could feel their attention lock onto us. For a single heartbeat, nobody moved. Then one of them pointed directly at us and shouted something I couldn't make out. "Run," Brandon screamed, and we ran. I've run many times in my life, during sports, during games, fleeing from angry homeowners after teenage pranks. But I'd never run like this, propelled by genuine terror, by the certainty that if those people caught us, we would become the next heavy bags destined for the bottom of the reservoir. My legs pumped mechanically, driven by pure adrenaline, carrying me faster than I thought possible. Running through a forest is nothing like running on a track or a road. The ground is uneven, treacherous, ready to betray you with every step. Exposed roots reached up to snag ankles. Loose rocks shifted underfoot, threatening to send you sprawling. Low branches whipped at faces and caught at clothing. The mud from the earlier rain had turned the path slippery, and I felt my feet sliding with each footfall, constantly on the verge of losing traction entirely. Behind us, I could hear crashing sounds, other people running through the forest, pursuing us. Tyler was in the lead, his longer legs giving him an advantage. Cameron and I were roughly even, our breaths coming in ragged gasps that tore at our throats. Dylan was slightly behind, and Brandon brought up the rear. "They're following," Brandon yelled, his voice cracking with panic. "They're right behind us." I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. Through the trees, I could make out moving shapes, dark forms threading between the trunks. They were definitely following us, and they seemed to know the terrain better than we did, moving with a confidence that suggested familiarity. We reached the end of the far shore and had to make the crossing back to the near side. This was the longest stretch of open ground, where we would be most visible and most vulnerable. Tyler didn't hesitate, just lowered his head and sprinted across the narrow strip of land that separated the two shores. The rest of us followed, our footsteps thundering on the harder ground. My lungs were burning now, each breath like inhaling fire. The muscles in my legs were screaming, threatening to give out, but the terror kept me moving, flooding my system with enough adrenaline to push past the physical limits I thought I had. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit continued. Footsteps, heavy breathing, the occasional shout. We were back on the near shore now, racing toward where we'd entered the reservoir property. The fence was out there somewhere in the darkness, maybe 500 yards ahead, 500 yards that felt like 5 miles. My vision was tunneling again, narrowing to just the path ahead, following the vague shape of Tyler running in front of me. Then a new problem emerged. I couldn't remember where the hole in the fence was. I'd cut it myself, had passed through it hundreds of times over the years, but in the darkness and panic, every section of fence looked identical. The raspberry bushes that marked its location could be anywhere along this stretch. My mind raced, trying to reconstruct our entry point from memory, but fear had scrambled my thoughts. I reached the fence first, slamming into it hard enough that the chain link rattled and shook. My fingers grabbed the metal, trying to remember, trying to think. The others crashed into position beside me, all of us gasping for breath, our hands frantically searching the fence line for an opening that seemed to have vanished. "Where is it?" Dylan was shouting. "Where's the hole?" "I don't know," I shouted back, my voice raw. "It was right here somewhere." Behind us, maybe 50 yards back, I heard the unmistakable sound of a heavy footstep on a dry branch, a sharp crack that cut through our panicked breathing. They were close, too close, and we were trapped against a fence with nowhere to go. We began running along the fence line, our hands trailing along the metal, searching desperately for the gap. Every second felt like an hour. Every sound from behind suggested that our pursuers were about to burst through the trees and grab us. My mind was conjuring horrible images, hands closing around my throat, being dragged back through the woods, joining those garbage bags at the bottom of the reservoir where I'd spent so many peaceful afternoons. "There," Brandon suddenly yelled, pointing ahead. "I see it." 20 yards ahead, the fence had a visible gap where the chain link had been cut and bent back. We surged toward it with our last reserves of energy. Tyler reached it first and threw himself through, not caring that the jagged edges of cut metal scraped against his jacket and skin. Cameron went next, then Dylan. I was helping Brandon push through when I heard it again, that sound of someone stepping on dead wood, but much closer now. I turned my head and saw nothing but darkness and trees. But I knew they were there somewhere in that darkness, closing the distance. Brandon cleared the fence and I dove through after him, feeling the metal catch at my jacket and tear it. But I was through, we were all through, and we were running again. The woods on my family's property had never seemed so large, the path back to my house so impossibly long. Tree branches reached down like skeletal fingers trying to hold us back. Roots conspired to trip us. The darkness was nearly complete now, forcing us to navigate more by memory than sight. We exploded from the tree line into my backyard, all 5 of us gasping and stumbling. For a moment we just stood there in the open space, bent over with our hands on our knees, trying to catch our breath and convince ourselves that we'd made it. The lights from my house glowed warmly in the distance, promising safety and normalcy. "Call the police," Tyler managed to say between gasps. "Call them now." Cameron pulled out his phone with shaking hands and dialed 911. I could hear him trying to explain the situation to the dispatcher, his words tumbling out in a frantic stream. Reservoir, people, garbage bags, bodies, chased us. The dispatcher kept asking him to slow down and repeat himself. I walked toward my house on unsteady legs, my whole body trembling from exertion and fear. My mother was in the kitchen window, and I could see her face change from mild curiosity to alarm as she took in our appearance. Torn clothes, wild eyes, gasping for breath. The police arrived within 10 minutes, 2 officers in a patrol car. We told them everything what we'd seen at the reservoir, the garbage bags, the kayak, how we'd been chased through the woods. One of the officers took notes while the other radioed for backup. They listened seriously, without the skepticism I'd feared. Maybe it was because we were clearly terrified, or maybe because they were familiar with the reservoir's dark history. "Stay here," one of the officers instructed us. "We're going to search your property, make sure you weren't followed all the way home." The thought hadn't even occurred to me, and hearing it spoken aloud made my stomach drop. Of course they might have followed us all the way here. They'd seen us, and we'd seen them committing what was almost certainly murder, or at least illegal disposal of remains. We were witnesses. We were threats to their freedom. The officers walked the perimeter of our property with their flashlights, the beams cutting through the darkness. I stood on my back porch with my friends, watching those lights move through the trees, searching. Then one of the officers called out. They'd found something. My father came outside, drawn by the commotion, and together we walked over to where the officers were standing near my backyard fence. Their flashlights illuminated a set of muddy footprints leading up to the fence from the woods. The prints were fresh, made recently, and they definitely weren't ours. "Are these yours?" one officer asked me, though the question felt redundant.
"No," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Why would we jump our own fence?"
"We came from the woods over there." I pointed to the section of property line where we'd emerged. The officers exchanged a meaningful look. One of them spoke into his radio again, requesting additional units to search the woods around my property. The other asked us more questions, exact times, descriptions of the people we'd seen, the location on the reservoir where it had happened. After about an hour, the officers concluded their search without finding anyone hiding on our property. But the muddy footprints remained, a physical reminder that someone had stood at my backyard fence, watching our house. Before they left, the officers assured us they would investigate the reservoir immediately and promised to keep us informed. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound from outside my window sounded like someone trying to break in. Every shadow looked like a person standing at the edge of our property, watching, waiting. My father stayed up as well, sitting in the living room with the lights on, occasionally peering out the windows into the darkness. The call came 3 days later. The police had dredged the reservoir and recovered 3 bodies from the location we'd described. All 3 appeared to have been homicide victims, wrapped in contractor bags and weighted down with cinder blocks. The story made regional news for several weeks. Bodies discovered in local reservoir. Triple homicide investigation continues. My mother became obsessed with the woods behind our house. She swore she saw people out there at night, moving through the trees. Once she claimed she saw a camera flash deep in the forest, as if someone was photographing our house. My father installed motion sensor lights and additional locks on all the doors. We started keeping the curtains drawn even during the day. The police investigation continued for months. They interviewed us multiple times, asking us to go over the details again and again, hoping we might remember some small detail that could help identify the killers. But we'd been too far away in the failing light to see faces or distinguish any identifying features. All we could tell them was that there were 4 people. All appeared to be male, all roughly the same height and build. To my knowledge, no arrests were ever made. The case grew cold, relegated to an unsolved murders file somewhere in the police department. The victims were identified eventually, 3 men in their 20s and 30s, all with connections to drug trafficking. The theory was that this was gang-related, settling of debts or eliminating witnesses. But without suspects, the why didn't matter much. We moved out of that house 11 months later. My parents claimed it was because my father got a new job in another state, but I knew the real reason. Neither of them could shake the feeling that we were being watched. that the people we'd witnessed that night knew where we lived and might return. I couldn't shake it either. The sanctuary of my childhood had become a source of constant anxiety. I'm 26 now, writing this from an apartment 3 states away. I haven't been back to that reservoir since that October evening 9 years ago, but I still think about it, especially at night when I'm trying to fall asleep. I think about those 3 bodies at the bottom of that dark water, and I wonder how many others might be down there that nobody knows about. I think about how many times I'd swum in that reservoir, dove beneath the surface, opened my eyes in that cold, clear water. What might I have seen if I'd gone just a little deeper, stayed just a little longer? Last week I was scrolling through local news from my hometown when I came across an article, "Teen Drowns in Reservoir Despite Rescue Efforts." A 16-year-old boy had gone swimming with friends, gotten caught in the current near the drainage pipe, and never resurfaced. They found his body 2 days later. The article included a photo of the reservoir, and I recognized the exact spot, the rocky outcropping where my friends and I used to sit and drink beer, where we sat that October evening before deciding to walk to the beach. The place looked exactly the same in the photo, unchanged by time or tragedy. I closed the article and sat in my apartment, staring at nothing, remembering that reservoir holds its secrets well. 3 bodies we witnessed being dumped, 3 bodies recovered by police, 1 teenage boy taken by the current, and who knows how many others that no one saw being disposed of, that dredging operations haven't found, that remain hidden in the depths. Some places accumulate darkness like sediment at the bottom of a lake, layer upon layer, until the weight of all that buried tragedy makes the water itself feel heavy and cold. That reservoir is such a place. I would say it was cursed, but that implies some supernatural force at work. The truth is much simpler, and somehow worse. It's just a convenient place for bad people to hide terrible things, deep enough that secrets can stay buried, remote enough that witnesses are rare. We were lucky that October evening, lucky that my phone rang when it did, giving us those precious seconds of warning. Lucky that we were young and fast, and terrified enough to run like our lives depended on it, because they did. Lucky that we made it through that fence and back to safety. But I'll never forget the sound of those footsteps behind us in the woods, getting closer. I'll never forget the sight of those garbage bags disappearing beneath the water's surface. And I'll never stop wondering what would have happened if we hadn't made it home that night, if we'd become the witnesses who needed to be silenced. The reservoir still sits there, nestled in those woods, reflecting the sky like a mirror. People still trespass to swim and fish and party, ignorant of what lies beneath. And somewhere out there 4 people who watched us that evening are still free, still living their lives, perhaps still using that same dark water to hide their crimes. I don't believe in curses or supernatural evil, but I do believe that some places absorb the violent acts committed within them, becoming stained in ways that never quite wash clean. That reservoir is such a place, and it always will be. In the dim corridor of pines, I heard ragged breathing behind me. So close I felt the terrifying warm exhalation on my neck. And I realized that if I dared to turn around, I might not survive any next moment. My name is Jonathan Pierce, and this happened back in 2013 at the Lewis and Clark National Forest in Montana. I was fresh on the job back then, a park ranger assigned to survey trails and keep campers safe. Most days I loved walking among the towering evergreens, clearing brush and making sure the posted signs stayed legible. Everyone said the place was majestic and calm. But on that morning, a volunteer named Maria called me on my handheld radio, her voice unsteady. She'd found a torn-up campsite scattered with personal belongings and no sign of the campers who'd occupied it. I told her I'd meet her at the ridge. I remember stepping onto that overgrown path and feeling something I couldn't quite explain. Not a breeze, just a quiet that pressed on me. My boots crunched the needles underfoot, and the thick canopy above turned the trail into a hallway of shadows. Now and then I paused, listening for anything unusual. The day before I had heard rumors from hunters about strange tracks, but I brushed it off. Now I wished I'd taken them more seriously. The forest had always been my sanctuary. I'd grown up in Missoula, just a couple hours away, raised by a father who worked lumber and a mother who taught me to identify every bird by its call before I could properly spell my name. I'd spent my childhood summers camping in these mountains, and when the ranger position opened up, it felt like coming home. 3 months into the job, I thought I knew every inch of these woods, every mood of the forest. I was wrong. That morning had started like any other. I woke before dawn in my small cabin at the ranger station, made a pot of strong coffee, and reviewed the day's tasks while the pink glow of sunrise filtered through my kitchen window. The radio call from Maria interrupted my second cup. Maria wasn't technically a ranger. She was a graduate student in environmental science doing a 6-month volunteer stint with the Forest Service. Smart as hell, with a quiet competence that made her easy to work with. She'd been mapping invasive plant species along the eastern ridge when she stumbled upon the campsite. "Jonathan, I need you out here," she'd said, her voice tight with tension. "Something's not right." The trail to the eastern ridge wasn't maintained as well as the main tourist paths. It wound through a section of old-growth forest where the pines stood so dense they blotted out most of the sunlight. Locals called it the cathedral for the way the light filtered through in dusty shafts like stained glass in an ancient church. But that day, it felt more like a tomb. I carried my standard gear, radio, first aid kit, sidearm, a Glock 22 department issue, and a heavy maglite that doubled as a bludgeon in a pinch. The weight of the gun at my hip should have been reassuring, but as I hiked deeper into the cathedral, unease settled over me like a shroud. The silence was what got to me first. Forests are never truly quiet. There's always the rustle of small animals, the calls of birds, the whisper of wind through the branches. But as I approached the coordinates Maria had given me, the sounds drained away, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. When I reached her, Maria was standing next to a broken tent pole stuck in the ground at an odd angle. She looked rattled. A collapsed tent lay half buried in leaves with a sleeping bag torn open. There was a spatula in the dirt, and behind a fallen trunk, I found a boot and an empty water jug, but no footprints, no immediate signs of where the people might have gone. "I already checked the permit registry," Maria said, rubbing her arms as though cold despite the warm June air. "Family of 3, Michael and Sarah Denton with their teenage son Jake. They were supposed to check out tomorrow." I bent down and traced my fingers along a jagged tear in the fabric of the tent. It looked slashed, like something powerful had ripped it from the outside. Maria pointed to a pile of branches and said she'd found scraps of clothing over there. I followed her, weaving past thick bushes and stepping over damp logs. The ground dipped in a way that made me uneasy, as if the forest itself had sunk under some weight. Between 2 rotting stumps, I spotted a piece of torn flannel smeared with dark patches that told me all I needed to know. The sight made my stomach tense. "Is that blood?" Maria asked, though she already knew the answer. I nodded grimly. "Radio it in, we need backup." Maria pulled out her radio and tried to call headquarters. Nothing but static answered her. She tried again, adjusting the frequency. Still nothing. "We're in a dead zone," I said, though that was unusual. Our radios were designed to work throughout the forest. "We'll have to hike back to higher ground to get a signal." "What about the family?" Maria asked. I studied the campsite again, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The tent was shredded, but the campfire was still neatly arranged, with a pot of what looked like beans set carefully aside. The family's backpacks were piled neatly against a tree. There were no signs of bears or other large predators, no tracks, no scat, none of the telltale marks bears leave when they raid a campsite. "Something's off," I muttered. "This doesn't look like an animal attack." "What else could do this?" Maria gestured at the torn tent. I didn't have an answer, but a chill ran down my spine as I recalled the hunters' rumors from the day before. 2 seasoned elk hunters had stopped by the ranger station just before closing, their faces unusually pale. "We found tracks," one had said. "A man named Peterson who'd been hunting these woods for 30 years, like nothing I've ever seen before." I dismissed it as the overactive imagination of men who'd spent too long in the backcountry with a flask of whiskey for company. Now I wasn't so sure. "Let's check the perimeter," I said to Maria. "Look for tracks, anything unusual." We split up, working in a widening circle around the campsite. The forest felt oppressive, the towering pines looming over us like silent sentinels. Every snap of a twig made me flinch. Jonathan, Maria's voice came from beyond a thicket of young pines. I found something. I hurried over to where she stood, staring down at the forest floor. The ground was disturbed, with long furrows carved into the soft dirt as if something heavy had been dragged. Beside the drag marks were indentations that might have been footprints, but they were unlike any I'd seen before, too large for a human, with odd spacing between what looked like toes and a strange elongated heel. What could make prints like that? Maria whispered. I shook my head slowly. I don't know. The drag marks led away from the campsite, deeper into the forest. My training told me to go back, to get help before proceeding. But the thought of that family, possibly injured and alone in the woods, overrode my caution. We need to follow these, I said. They might lead us to the Dentons. Maria hesitated, then nodded. Okay, but let's stay close. The trail of drag marks and strange footprints led us deeper into the cathedral, where the pines grew so dense that the forest floor was carpeted with centuries of fallen needles. The air grew cooler, damper, heavy with the scent of resin and decay. I unholstered my sidearm, the weight of it suddenly insufficient against the growing dread in my gut. We followed the trail for almost half an hour, deeper than I'd ever ventured into this part of the forest. The terrain grew rougher, with outcroppings of gray stone and sudden drops where the ground fell away. The tracks continued, unerringly, as if whatever made them knew exactly where it was going. The trail ended at a steep slope where the ground fell off into a rocky drop. We peered over the edge and spotted a shallow stream below. The water was tinted with swirls of something dark. My pulse quickened, and Maria backed away. We couldn't see any bodies, but we knew we had to get down there. The drag marks led right to the edge of the drop, as if whatever was being pulled had been taken down the slope. We need to get down there, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Maria looked at me, her face pale. Do you think they're still alive? I didn't answer. We both knew what those dark swirls in the water probably meant. As we searched for a safe way down the slope, a sound reached us from somewhere in the forest behind, a low gurgling growl that raised the hair on my arms. It didn't sound like any animal native to these woods. It sounded wrong. Maria froze, her eyes wide. What was that? I don't know, I said, my hand tightening on my gun. But let's get moving. We picked our way down the slope as quickly as we dared, using tree roots and outcroppings as handholds. The sound didn't come again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was tracking our every move through the cathedral's endless columns of pine. At the bottom of the slope, the stream ran cold and clear, except for those disturbing swirls of reddish-brown. The drag marks continued to the water's edge and then disappeared. That was when I noticed the set of prints at the water's edge, partly obscured by silt. They looked almost human, but larger, with irregular spacing between the toes. It was as if whoever or whatever made them had an awkward gait. I touched the side of one print, feeling the dampness of the soil, fresh, made within the last few hours. Maria whispered, "We should call for backup." I agreed. The radio crackled as I tried to get through to Ranger headquarters. But all I got was static. Maria's radio echoed the same. We were too deep in a recess of forest with poor reception. I told her we'd climb back up and try from higher ground. We never made it. A sudden thud in the trees made me spin around. I raised my pistol, but for a second I saw nothing. Then my eyes settled on a shape half hidden behind a slanted trunk. It had a thin, angular frame that looked wrong, as if draped in sagging skin. Bright, pale eyes blinked at me from a face that was too narrow, too elongated. My throat went dry, my instincts flared, and I squeezed off one shot. The echo rang out, but the shape vanished behind the trunk. Maria cried out, stumbling backward into the stream. She scrambled up, soaking her pants and arms. I yanked her toward me. "We gotta move," I said, and we rushed to the slope, clawing at branches to climb. The entire forest felt charged with tension. Something shifted behind the trees again, snapping twigs. My heart hammered. We crawled up that slope faster than I ever thought possible. We caught our breath in a stand of pines near the top. I tried the radio again. Still nothing but static. Maria's face was ashen, her hands trembling as she gripped her radio. "What was that thing?" she whispered. "I don't know," I said, scanning the woods around us. "But we need to get back to the outpost, now." We only had about a mile and a half to cover, but the undergrowth was dense and the sun was hanging low. Shadows stretched in all directions, and I couldn't shake the feeling that thing was close behind us. We moved as quickly as we dared, trying to balance speed with stealth. The forest that had once felt like home now seemed alien and hostile, full of hidden threats and watching eyes. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. "Do you think it killed them?" Maria asked as we paused to catch our breath behind a fallen log. "The family?" I didn't want to speculate, but the evidence pointed to a grim conclusion. The torn tent, the blood, the drag marks, it didn't look good. "Let's focus on getting back," I said. We pressed on, picking our way through the dense undergrowth. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy in dappled patches, turning the forest floor into a shifting mosaic of light and shadow. It would be dark soon, and the thought of being in these woods after nightfall made my skin crawl. We heard movements that didn't match any animal I recognized, sharp, erratic scraping against bark. We moved quickly, weaving through brambles. I was hyper-aware of every snap and rustle. My clothes snagged on branches. My breath rasped in my throat. At one point, we stumbled across a fresh gash in a pine trunk about shoulder height with wet sap oozing down. The cut looked deep, like something had raked across the bark with furious strength. "It's marking its territory," I said, more to myself than to Maria. "Or it's tracking us," she replied, her voice barely audible. We pushed on, faster now, less concerned with stealth than with distance. The forest grew darker as the sun dipped behind the mountains. Shadows lengthened and merged, turning the woods into a maze of black and gray. I pulled out my mag light but hesitated to turn it on. The light would make us easy to spot. A twig snapped somewhere to our left, and we both froze. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source of the sound. For a long moment, there was nothing but our own ragged breathing. Then came a soft, wet sound, like meat being torn from bone. Maria clutched my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin through my jacket. I raised my gun, pointing it toward the sound, though I could see nothing in the gathering darkness. The wet, tearing sounds continued, punctuated by a low, gurgling growl. Whatever was making that noise was feeding. I switched on the mag light, the beam cutting through the darkness like a knife. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of a pale, elongated form hunched over something dark and wet. Then it was gone, vanishing into the underbrush with unnatural speed. We didn't wait to see what it had been feeding on. We ran, abandoning all pretense of caution. Branches whipped at our faces. Roots threatened to trip us, but fear drove us forward. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of that pale, twisted form spurred me on. The outpost was close now. I could see the lights through the trees, a beacon of safety in the darkening forest. Maria was a few steps ahead of me, her breathing ragged and harsh. We burst from the trees into the small clearing where the outpost stood, a sturdy log structure with a generator shed out back and a radio tower rising above the roof. The lights were on, which meant someone was inside. Relief flooded through me. "Almost there," I gasped to Maria. That was when we heard it, a high, keening sound that cut through the air like a knife. It wasn't a growl or a roar, but something between a scream and a wail, full of hunger and rage. It came from the trees behind us, and it was close. "Run," I shouted, pushing Maria toward the outpost's porch. We sprinted across the clearing, the sound of our footfalls drowned out by that terrible keening. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw movement at the tree line, a pale shape, taller than a man, emerging from the shadows. Maria reached the porch first, pounding on the door. "Help! Let us in!" The door flew open, and the familiar figure of Sullivan, our head ranger, stood framed in the doorway. His eyes widened as he took in our disheveled appearance. "Inside now," he barked, ushering us in. I stumbled through the door, turning to catch one last glimpse of the clearing. The pale shape was gone, melted back into the forest. Sullivan slammed the door and shot the bolt home. "What the hell happened to you two?" he demanded, looking us up and down. His gaze lingered on my drawn gun. Maria sank into a chair, her legs giving out. I leaned against the wall, trying to catch my breath. The interior of the outpost was warm and brightly lit, the normality of it jarring after what we'd experienced in the forest. "We found a wrecked campsite," I said between breaths. "The Denton family. They're missing, probably dead." Sullivan's bushy eyebrows drew together. Dead? What makes you say that? I described what we'd found, the shredded tent, the blood, the drag marks leading to the stream. And then, haltingly, I told him about the creature we'd seen. Sullivan's expression shifted from concern to skepticism. A creature? What kind of creature? I don't know, I admitted. Nothing I've ever seen before. It was tall, pale, moved faster than anything I've ever tracked. And those eyes, I shuddered at the memory of those pale, unblinking eyes. It wasn't human, Maria said, her voice steadier now. But it wasn't an animal either, at least not any animal native to these mountains. Sullivan rubbed his grizzled chin. Could have been a bear with mange. They can look mighty strange when they're sick. I shook my head firmly. It wasn't a bear. The prints were all wrong, and no bear moves like that. This was something else. Sullivan didn't look convinced, but he didn't argue. Radio it in, he said. We'll get search and rescue out here at first light. Maria tried the radio on the desk, but got nothing but static. The landline phone was dead too. Storm must have knocked out the lines, Sullivan muttered, though the skies had been clear all day. I'll check the generator, make sure we've got power through the night. Don't go out there, I said, more sharply than I intended. That thing is still out there. Sullivan's eyes narrowed. I've been working these woods for 20 years, son. I've handled my share of problem wildlife. I'll be fine. Before I could protest further, he grabbed a shotgun from the rack by the door and headed outside. I moved to the window, watching as he made his way to the generator shed, shotgun at the ready. The clearing was dark now, the only light coming from the outpost and Sullivan's flashlight. We should have brought backup, Maria said quietly behind me. We shouldn't have followed those tracks. I couldn't disagree. We'd broken protocol, and now a family was missing, and we were holed up in an outpost with limited communications, being stalked by something I couldn't even properly describe. Outside, Sullivan disappeared into the generator shed. I kept my eyes fixed on the doorway, waiting for him to reemerge. A minute passed, then another. He's been in there too long, I said, reaching for my gun. Before I could move toward the door, a piercing scream split the night. A human scream filled with pain and terror. It came from the generator shed. Sullivan, I shouted, yanking open the outpost door. Maria grabbed my arm. Don't go out there. I hesitated, torn between the duty to help my colleague and the primal fear coursing through my veins. The scream came again, cut off abruptly this time. Stay here, I told Maria. Lock the door behind me. Don't open it for anyone but me or Sullivan. Before she could protest, I was out the door and running toward the generator shed, gun drawn. The night air was cold against my face, the sound of my boots on the gravel path unnaturally loud in the silence. The shed door hung open, a rectangle of deeper darkness against the night. Sullivan, I called, approaching cautiously. There was no answer. I reached the doorway and shone my mag light inside. The beam illuminated the generator still humming away, and next to it a smear of dark liquid on the concrete floor. Sullivan's shotgun lay abandoned beside the smear. My heart pounding in my throat, I swept the light around the small shed. There was no sign of Sullivan, but the back wall had been torn open, wood splintered outward, as if something had burst through from inside. A rustle in the darkness beyond the hole made me swing my light toward the sound. For a brief moment the beam caught a pair of pale, reflective eyes staring back at me. Then they were gone. I backed out of the shed, keeping my gun trained on the hole in the wall. Whatever had taken Sullivan was out there in the darkness, watching and waiting. I sprinted back to the outpost, my mind racing. Sullivan was gone, taken by that thing just as the Denton family had been, and now it was just Maria and me, trapped in a remote outpost with limited communications and an unknown predator circling outside. Maria let me in, her face tight with fear. Sullivan? I shook my head grimly. It got him, tore right through the back wall of the shed. Her hand flew to her mouth. Oh God. I secured the door, checking that all the windows were locked. The outpost wasn't built as a fortress. It was a way station for rangers, not a defensive position. The walls were solid logs, but the windows were standard glass, and the door was sturdy but not impenetrable. We need to call for help, Maria said, trying the radio again. Nothing but static answered her. I checked my watch. It was just past 9 p.m. The night shift wouldn't be expecting a check-in until midnight, and when we didn't report in, they might just assume we were out of radio range. It could be morning before anyone realized something was wrong. We need to hold out until dawn, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Then we make a run for the main ranger station. Maria nodded, though I could see the doubt in her eyes. The main station was 5 miles away, 5 miles of dense forest where that thing was hunting. I took stock of our weapons. I had my Glock with 2 full magazines, 34 rounds total. There was a rifle in the gun safe, a Remington 700 with maybe 20 rounds of ammunition. Not much to hold off a determined predator, especially one that moved as fast as what we'd seen in the forest. "What is that thing?" Maria asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head. "I don't know, but it's smart. It took out the generator first, cut our communications. How does it know to do that?" That was the question that had been nagging at me. The creature's behavior wasn't that of a simple predator. It showed cunning, planning. It had isolated us methodically, cutting off our escape routes and communications. Before I could formulate an answer, a sound came from outside, a soft scratching at the outpost wall. Maria's eyes widened, and I raised a finger to my lips, moving silently to the window. Peering through the glass, I could see nothing but darkness. The scratching continued, moving along the wall toward the back of the outpost. Then came another sound, a low guttural vocalization that raised the hair on the back of my neck. It wasn't a growl or a roar, but something almost like speech, though no language I'd ever heard. "It's testing the defenses," I whispered to Maria, looking for a way in. The scratching moved to one of the rear windows, followed by a sharp rap against the glass. It was toying with us, letting us know it was there. I moved to the gun safe, dialing in the combination with shaking fingers. The Remington was there, along with boxes of ammunition. I loaded the rifle, the familiar actions calming my racing heart somewhat. The scratching stopped abruptly, and for a moment the outpost was silent except for our breathing. Then came a tremendous crash as something heavy slammed against the door. The wood creaked but held. Maria let out a startled cry, backing away from the door. I raised the rifle, aiming at the entrance. Another crash, and the door frame splintered slightly. One more hit like that, and it would give way. "The back room," I hissed to Maria. "Go." The outpost had a small back room used for storage. It had a single small window, but the door was solid. It wasn't much, but it would give us another barrier if the creature broke through the front door. Maria hesitated. "What about you?" "I'll hold it off. Go." She darted into the back room as another crash hit the front door. This time the wood split visibly, a jagged crack running from top to bottom. I steadied the rifle against my shoulder, sighting down the barrel at the weakening door. My palms were slick with sweat, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The next crash brought the door halfway off its hinges, revealing a glimpse of the night beyond and a tall, pale shape silhouetted against the darkness. I fired, the rifle's report deafening in the confined space of the outpost. The shape jerked back, a high keening wail cutting through the night, but it didn't fall. Instead, it seemed to gather itself, and then with a final, powerful blow, the door gave way entirely. The creature stood framed in the doorway, and for the first time, I got a clear look at it. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with a gaunt, elongated body. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over a frame that seemed both emaciated and powerful. Its face was the worst part, a narrow, pointed visage with sunken cheeks and a lipless mouth that revealed rows of needle-like teeth. And those eyes, large and pale, reflected the light like a nocturnal animal's. It wasn't human, but it wasn't entirely animal either. It stood upright on 2 legs, its arms unnaturally long, and ending in hands with elongated fingers tipped with black claws. It wore no clothing, but patches of what looked like dark hair or fur covered parts of its body. For a moment we stared at each other, predator and prey locked in a frozen tableau. Then it tilted its head, studying me with those terrible eyes, and made that guttural, speech-like sound again. I fired a second shot, aiming for its chest. The bullet hit, and dark fluid splattered from the wound, but the creature barely flinched. It took a step forward, into the outpost, its movements jerky and uncoordinated, as if it wasn't fully accustomed to its own body. I backed away, firing again and again. The bullets hit, tearing chunks from the creature's pale flesh, but it kept coming, its mouth opening in a silent scream that revealed row upon row of those needle teeth. The rifle clicked empty just as my back hit the wall. The creature was less than 10 feet away now, its breath a fetid cloud in the air between us. I dropped the rifle and drew my Glock, firing point blank into the thing's face. The bullet tore through its cheek, revealing a glimpse of bone and gristle beneath. But still it advanced. One long-fingered hand reached for me, claws extended. I ducked under its arm, rolling away and coming up behind it. The creature was fast, but its movements were strangely awkward, as if it was fighting against its own body's limitations. It whirled around, those pale eyes fixing on me again. I emptied the Glock into its torso, the bullets punching through its emaciated frame. Dark fluid, not quite blood, too thick and viscous, poured from the wounds, but the creature kept coming. "The back room," I shouted to Maria, backing toward the storage room door. "Now!" I heard her fumbling with the lock, and then the door swung open. I backed through it, still facing the creature, which had paused to pull a splinter of wood from its arm, a fragment of the door it had destroyed. As soon as I was through, Maria slammed the door shut and turned the lock. There was a heavy filing cabinet against one wall, and together we shoved it in front of the door, barricading ourselves in. The creature hit the door a moment later, the wood shuddering under the impact. The filing cabinet slid back an inch, metal screeching against the floor. "It won't hold," Maria gasped, her face pale in the dim light of the storage room's single bulb. She was right. The door was already cracking, the creature's claws visible through the widening gaps as it tore at the wood. The filing cabinet slid another inch with each impact. I reloaded the Glock with my last magazine, knowing it wouldn't be enough. The creature was wounded, leaking that dark fluid from multiple bullet holes, but it showed no signs of slowing down. My eyes darted around the storage room, searching for anything we could use as a weapon or an escape route. The single window was small, but maybe big enough for Maria to squeeze through. "The window," I said, gesturing with the gun. "You go first. I'll hold it off." Maria shook her head stubbornly. "I'm not leaving you. One of us needs to get help," I insisted. "You're smaller. You can fit through that window. I'll keep it busy." The door splintered further, a long, pale arm with too many joints reaching through the gap. Maria looked at the window, then back at me, her expression torn. "Go!" I shouted, as the filing cabinet slid another few inches. She moved to the window, trying to force it open. It was stuck, probably hadn't been opened in years. I kept my gun trained on the door as Maria struggled with the window. "It's jammed," she hissed. I glanced around again, desperate now. There had to be something we could use. The storage room held supplies, maps, uniforms, equipment for trail maintenance. My eyes fell on a red canister in the corner, a fire extinguisher. "Here," I said, grabbing it and thrusting it into Maria's hands. "Use this to break the window." She took it, hefting its weight, and then swung it at the window with all her strength. The glass shattered outward, leaving a jagged opening to the night beyond. "Now go," I said. "Run for the main station. Don't stop for anything." Maria hesitated, then nodded. She handed me the fire extinguisher, our fingers brushing in the exchange. "Be careful, Jonathan." She turned to the window, preparing to climb through. That was when the door gave way entirely, the filing cabinet toppling forward with a crash. The creature stood in the doorway, its pale form silhouetted against the light from the main room. It let out that high, keening wail and lunged toward us. I raised the Glock and fired, the bullets tearing into the creature's already wounded body. It staggered but kept coming. I fired again and again, until the gun clicked empty. The creature was almost upon us now, its clawed hands reaching for Maria as she scrambled through the broken window. I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the fire extinguisher and swung it with all my might at the creature's head. The metal canister connected with a sickening crunch, and the creature reeled back, dark fluid spraying from a new wound on its temple. I didn't waste the opportunity. I aimed the nozzle of the extinguisher at the creature's face and squeezed the trigger. A cloud of white chemical foam enveloped the creature's head, and it let out a shriek of pain or surprise. It clawed at its face, trying to clear the foam from its eyes, giving me precious seconds to act. I turned to the window. Maria was through, her face appearing on the other side. "Run," I shouted. "Go." She disappeared into the darkness, and I turned back to face the creature, which was still disoriented but recovering quickly. I swung the extinguisher again, catching it in the chest. It stumbled back, giving me the opening I needed. I lunged for the window, forcing my larger frame through the jagged opening. Glass cut into my sides, but adrenaline dulled the pain. I was halfway through when I felt claws dig into my leg, tearing through denim and flesh alike. I cried out, kicking back wildly with my free leg. My boot connected with something solid, and the grip on my leg loosened enough for me to pull free. I tumbled to the ground outside, scrambling to my feet as the creature's pale face appeared at the broken window. Maria was already running across the clearing toward the tree line. I followed, ignoring the burning pain in my leg. Behind me, I heard glass breaking further as the creature forced its larger body through the window. We reached the trees just as the creature freed itself from the outpost. Its keening wail followed us into the forest, a sound of rage and hunger that spurred us to greater speed. The forest was dark, the only light coming from the stars, and a sliver of moon overhead. We ran blindly, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us at every step. But fear was a powerful motivator, and we kept moving, putting distance between ourselves and the creature. I had no idea if we were heading in the right direction. The main ranger station was east of the outpost, but in the darkness and panic, I'd lost all sense of direction. We could be running deeper into the wilderness, away from help. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Maria slowed, gasping for breath. "I can't keep going," she panted. I slowed too, my leg throbbing where the creature's claws had torn the flesh. I could feel blood soaking my jeans, warm and sticky. "We need to hide," I said, scanning the dark forest around us. "It's tracking us by sound and scent. We need to find somewhere to hole up until dawn." Maria nodded, too winded to speak. I led her through the trees, searching for any kind of shelter. The forest floor was mostly open beneath the pines, offering little in the way of hiding places. We needed something more substantial. After a few minutes of cautious movement, we came upon a fallen tree, its massive trunk creating a natural barrier. The root ball had been torn from the ground when it fell, creating a hollow space beneath. "Here," I whispered, leading Maria to the hollow. It was tight, but we both managed to squeeze in, pulling dead branches across the opening to obscure it further. We huddled together in the darkness, listening. For a long time there was nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night, the rustle of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl. Then came a sound that made my blood run cold, that soft, guttural vocalization, not quite speech, but too complex to be a simple animal call. It was distant, but it was coming closer. The creature was tracking us methodically, quartering the forest in search of its prey. Maria pressed closer to me, her body trembling. I put an arm around her, as much for my own comfort as hers. We sat in silence, barely daring to breathe as the sounds of the creature's search grew closer. A twig snapped nearby, and we froze. The vocalization came again, so close now that it seemed to be right outside our hiding place. I could hear the creature moving, its footsteps almost silent on the forest floor. It passed directly in front of our hollow, and through the screen of branches I caught a glimpse of those pale, elongated legs. It paused as if sensing our presence, and for a heart-stopping moment, I thought it would discover us. Then, slowly, it moved on, continuing its methodical search pattern. We remained motionless, hardly daring to believe our luck. Minutes ticked by, and gradually the sounds of the creature faded into the distance. "What do we do now?" Maria whispered, her voice barely audible. "We wait for dawn," I replied. "Then we make for the main station." It was going to be a long night. The hours crawled by, each minute stretching into what felt like an eternity. We remained huddled in our hiding place, listening to the forest and the occasional distant sounds of the creature as it continued its hunt. My leg throbbed where the creature's claws had torn into the flesh, and I could feel the sticky warmth of blood soaking through my jeans. Maria noticed my discomfort. "You're hurt," she whispered. I nodded grimly. "It got me when I was coming through the window. It's not too deep, but it needs cleaning." She tore a strip from the bottom of her shirt and carefully wrapped it around my calf, tying it tight to stem the bleeding. Her hands were gentle but firm, practiced in first aid like all Forest Service personnel. "Thanks," I murmured, shifting to find a more comfortable position in our cramped hiding place. "What was that thing?" Maria asked, her voice barely audible. I shook my head. I don't know. It's not like any animal I've ever seen. The way it moves, the way it thinks, it's almost like... Like what? I hesitated, reluctant to voice the thought that had been forming in my mind. Like it's not from here. What do you mean? Like, not from Montana? Not from anywhere, I said, at least nowhere we know about. Maria was silent for a long moment. You think it's some kind of undiscovered species? Maybe. The word felt inadequate. The creature's behavior was too deliberate, too intelligent for a simple, undiscovered predator. The way it had disabled the generator, the way it had tested the outpost's defenses before attacking, these were the actions of something with reasoning capacity. Whatever it is, I continued, it's smart, and it's hunting us specifically.
Why?
Maria whispered, why us? I had no answer for that. We lapsed into silence again, each lost in our own thoughts as we waited for dawn. I must have dozed off despite the danger, because the next thing I knew, Maria was shaking me gently. Jonathan, the sun's coming up. I blinked, disoriented for a moment. Pale light filtered through the branches covering our hiding place, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Dawn had arrived. We need to move, I said, wincing as I shifted my injured leg. The bleeding had stopped, but the wound was stiff and painful. Maria helped me out of the hollow, both of us scanning the forest warily for any sign of the creature. The woods seemed peaceful in the early morning light, birds singing in the branches overhead. It was hard to believe that somewhere among these same trees lurked the horror we'd encountered the night before. Which way to the main station? Maria asked. I oriented myself, using the rising sun as a guide. East, that way. I pointed through the trees. About 4 miles, maybe 5. Maria nodded, her face set with determination. Can you walk? I tested my leg, putting weight on it cautiously. Pain shot up from the wound, but it held. I'll manage. We set off through the forest, moving as quickly and quietly as we could. The morning air was cool and damp, mist rising from the ground in wispy tendrils. Under different circumstances, it would have been a beautiful hike. Every few minutes we stopped to listen, alert for any sound that might indicate the creature was nearby. But the forest remained peaceful, filled only with the normal sounds of morning. Do you think it's gone? Maria asked after we'd been walking for about an hour. I doubt it, I replied. More likely it's resting. Many predators are less active during daylight hours. But it's not a normal predator, she pointed out. She was right. We couldn't assume the creature would behave like a mountain lion or a bear. Its hunting patterns seemed unique, tailored to its strange physiology and intelligence. We continued on, the terrain growing steeper as we approached a ridge that separated us from the main ranger station. My leg was throbbing constantly now, and I found myself leaning on Maria more and more as we climbed. We should take a break, she suggested as we reached a small clearing near the top of the ridge. I nodded gratefully, sinking down onto a fallen log. Maria sat beside me, her eyes scanning the forest around us. We're making good time, I said, trying to sound encouraging. Another hour or two and we should reach the station. Maria didn't respond immediately. She was staring at something on the ground a few feet away. Jonathan, she said quietly, look. I followed her gaze and felt my blood run cold. There, pressed into a patch of damp earth, was one of those strange, elongated footprints we'd seen at the campsite. It came this way, Maria whispered. I scanned the clearing more carefully, noticing now that there were several of the prints, forming a trail that led up the ridge the same direction we were headed. It's going to the station, I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. Why would it do that? Maria's voice was tense with fear. I shook my head. I don't know, but we need to warn them. We set off again with renewed urgency, following the ridgeline toward the main station. The creature's tracks were clear now that we knew what to look for, those strange elongated prints with the odd spacing between the toes. They led straight up the ridge and then down the other side, heading unerringly toward the ranger station. The pain in my leg seemed less important now, dulled by the urgency of our mission. We had to reach the station before the creature, had to warn our colleagues of the danger. As we crested the ridge, we could see the station in the distance, a cluster of log buildings nestled in a clearing about 2 miles away. Smoke rose from the chimney of the main building, a sign that the morning shift was already up and about. We need to hurry, I said, starting down the slope. The descent was treacherous, the ground still damp from morning dew. We slipped and stumbled, grabbing at branches to steady ourselves. Every minute felt crucial now, every delay potentially fatal for our colleagues at the station. We were about halfway down when Maria suddenly froze, grabbing my arm. "Listen," she hissed. I stopped, straining my ears. At first I heard nothing unusual, just the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird. Then came a sound that made my skin crawl, that same guttural, almost speech that the creature had made. It was close, too close, and coming from somewhere ahead of us. "It's between us and the station," Maria whispered, her fingers digging into my arm. I nodded grimly, scanning the forest for any sign of movement. "We need to circle around," I said. "Come on." We altered our course, moving laterally across the slope rather than directly down. The going was even rougher here, the ground steeper and covered with loose rocks that threatened to give way under our feet. We'd gone perhaps 100 yards when a scream echoed through the forest, a human scream, coming from the direction of the ranger station. "No," I breathed, my heart sinking. We were too late. Maria's face had gone pale. "We have to help them." I nodded, though I knew we were in no condition to confront the creature again. My gun was empty, my leg injured. Maria was unarmed and exhausted, but our colleagues were in danger, and we couldn't abandon them. We changed direction again, heading straight for the station now, caution giving way to desperate urgency. Another scream reached us, cut off abruptly in a way that made my stomach clench. As we neared the clearing where the station stood, we slowed, approaching more cautiously. The main building was visible through the trees, its log walls solid and reassuring, but the scene around it was one of chaos. 2 Forest Service trucks were parked haphazardly in front of the building, their doors hanging open. Equipment was scattered across the ground as if dropped in haste, and there, on the steps of the main building, was a dark stain that could only be blood. "Where is everyone?" Maria whispered. I shook my head, scanning the clearing for any sign of movement. The place seemed deserted, though there should have been at least 4 rangers on the morning shift. "Stay close," I murmured, leading the way toward the main building. We crossed the clearing quickly, alert for any sound or movement. The door of the main building stood ajar, a bad sign. Rangers were meticulous about securing the station, especially when predators were in the area. I pushed the door open slowly, wincing at the creak of the hinges. The interior was dim after the brightness outside, and it took a moment for my eyes to adjust. What I saw made my blood run cold. The main room of the station was in disarray, furniture overturned, papers scattered across the floor, and there, slumped against the far wall, was a body. Ranger Peterson, the man who'd told me about the strange tracks just the day before. His throat had been torn open, his eyes staring sightlessly at the ceiling. Maria made a small choked sound behind me. I held up a hand, signaling for silence. The creature could still be inside. We moved further into the room, every sense alert for danger. The station was eerily quiet, the only sound our own breathing and the soft creak of floorboards beneath our feet. The door to the communications room was open, revealing another body, young Ranger Collins, sprawled across the radio equipment, his back a mass of deep parallel gashes. The radio itself was destroyed, smashed beyond repair. "It's cutting off communications," I whispered, "just like at the outpost." Maria nodded, her face pale with shock. "Why? What does it want?" Before I could answer, a sound came from the back of the building, a soft thud, followed by the creak of a door. We froze, listening intently. Then came that guttural vocalization, closer now, coming from the hallway that led to the sleeping quarters. The creature was still here. I looked around desperately for a weapon, anything we could use to defend ourselves. My eyes fell on a fire axe mounted on the wall. I grabbed it, the weight solid and reassuring in my hands. "The trucks," I whispered to Maria. "The keys should be in the ignition, if we can get to one of them." She nodded, understanding immediately. Our only hope was to escape, to get to the nearest town and bring back help. We backed toward the front door, moving as silently as possible. The vocalization came again, louder now, followed by the sound of movement in the hallway. We reached the door, and I pushed Maria through first, following right behind her. Outside, we sprinted for the nearest truck, adrenaline momentarily overriding the pain in my leg. Maria reached the driver's side door first, yanking it open. I circled around to the passenger side, keeping the axe raised and ready. "The keys are here," Maria called, sliding into the driver's seat. "Get in." I was about to do so when a movement at the station door caught my eye. The creature stood there, its pale, elongated form stark against the dark interior of the building, those terrible eyes fixed on us, and it let out that high, keening wail that had haunted my dreams the night before. "Go," I shouted to Maria. "Start the truck." The engine roared to life as the creature bounded across the clearing toward us, moving with that unnatural speed that defied its awkward physiology. I swung the axe as it reached me, catching it in the shoulder. Dark fluid sprayed from the wound, but the creature barely slowed, its clawed hand lashing out and catching me across the chest. The impact sent me sprawling, the axe flying from my grip. The creature loomed over me, those needle teeth bared in a grimace of rage or hunger. The truck's engine revved behind me, and then Maria was there, the vehicle screeching to a halt just feet away. "Jonathan," she screamed, "get in." I rolled to the side as the creature lunged, its claws tearing into the earth where I had been a moment before. I scrambled to my feet, diving for the passenger door that Maria had flung open. The creature was right behind me, its clawed hand catching the back of my jacket. I felt myself being yanked backward, the fabric tearing under the creature's grip. Then there was the deafening report of a gunshot, and the creature reeled back, dark fluid spurting from a wound in its chest. I looked up to see Sullivan standing at the edge of the clearing, a rifle raised to his shoulder. Sullivan, who I'd thought was dead, taken by the creature at the outpost. He was alive, though his clothing was torn and bloody, his face pale with shock or pain. "Get in the truck," he shouted, firing again at the creature. I didn't need to be told twice. I lunged for the passenger door, pulling myself inside as Maria gunned the engine. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on the gravel as we accelerated toward Sullivan. "Come on," I shouted to him, reaching out through the window. Sullivan fired one more shot, then ran toward the truck, keeping the rifle trained on the creature, which was now moving erratically, wounded but far from defeated. As we reached Sullivan, he tossed the rifle to me through the window, then grabbed the side of the truck, swinging himself into the bed with a grunt of pain. "Go," he shouted. "Get us out of here." Maria floored the accelerator, and the truck shot forward, bouncing over the uneven ground as we raced for the forest road that would take us to civilization. In the rearview mirror, I could see the creature standing in the clearing, watching us go. It made no attempt to follow, as if it knew it couldn't match the speed of the vehicle. As the ranger station disappeared behind us, I turned to Sullivan, who was crouched in the bed of the truck, his face grim. "We thought you were dead," I said. "The creature took you from the generator shed." Sullivan nodded, wincing as the truck hit a pothole. "It did, dragged me into the forest. But I played dead, and when it was distracted by something else, I managed to get away." "How did you end up at the main station?" Maria asked, keeping her eyes on the rough road ahead. I circled around, trying to avoid that thing. Figured the main station was our best bet for help. Sullivan's voice was tight with pain. "Got there this morning, just as it was attacking. Couldn't save the others, but I managed to get to the weapons locker. I checked the rifle he'd given me. It was a Remington, similar to the one at the outpost with a half-full magazine. Not much, but better than nothing if the creature decided to pursue us." "What is that thing?" Maria asked, voicing the question that had been haunting us since we'd first encountered the creature. Sullivan was silent for a long moment. Then, in a voice so low I almost didn't hear it over the engine, he said, "I don't think it's from here." "What do you mean?" I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I knew exactly what he meant. Sullivan met my eyes, his expression grim. "I mean, I don't think it's from Earth." The truck bounced along the forest road, every jolt sending a stab of pain through my injured leg. Maria's knuckles were white on the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the winding path ahead. Sullivan crouched in the truck bed, rifle at the ready, scanning the trees that flashed by on either side. "Not from Earth," I repeated, trying to process Sullivan's words. "You think it's an alien?" Sullivan's weathered face was deadly serious. "I don't know what else to call it. You saw that thing. The way it moves, the way it thinks, it's not like anything that evolved on this planet." I wanted to argue, to dismiss the idea as ridiculous, but the image of the creature's elongated form, those pale, unblinking eyes, the almost speech that emanated from its lipless mouth, None of it fit with any known terrestrial species. If it is not from here, Maria said carefully, how did it get to the Lewis and Clark forest? Sullivan shook his head. I've been asking myself that same question. 2 weeks ago, some of the locals reported seeing strange lights in the sky over the northeastern sector. Thought it was just the usual UFO nonsense. But then we started finding those weird tracks, and animals turned up dead in ways that didn't match any predator I know. And now the Denton family, I added grimly. And Peterson, Collins, and the others at the station, Sullivan said, his voice tight with anger or grief. Whatever this thing is, it's hunting us, systematically. The road curved sharply, and Maria slowed the truck to navigate the bend. Through the trees ahead, I could see the glint of sunlight on metal, the main highway that would take us to the nearest town, Whitefish, about 20 miles to the west. We need to alert the authorities, I said. Get a team out here to track this thing down before it kills anyone else. Sullivan gave a harsh laugh. And tell them what? That there's an alien loose in the national forest. They'll think we're crazy. We have evidence, Maria pointed out. The bodies at the station, the destroyed campsite, our injuries, and there were at least 3 witnesses, the 3 of us. Sullivan was silent for a moment, considering. Maybe, he conceded. But we need to be careful about how we present this. If we go in talking about aliens, they'll write us off before we can show them the evidence. The truck reached the highway, and Maria turned west, toward Whitefish. The smooth asphalt was a relief after the rough forest road, and we picked up speed, putting more distance between us and the creature. As the miles rolled by, the adrenaline that had kept me going began to ebb, and the pain in my leg and chest where the creature had struck me intensified. I leaned back against the seat, suddenly exhausted. The events of the past 24 hours seemed almost dreamlike in their horror, too terrible to be real. What's the plan when we reach town? Maria asked, breaking the silence. Sheriff's office first, Sullivan said. They'll have the resources to coordinate with state police, maybe even the FBI if necessary. I nodded in agreement. We'll need to guide them back to the ranger station, show them what happened, and then a search party for the Denton family. Though I trailed off, not wanting to voice the near certainty that the family was beyond help. We should also get medical attention, Maria added, glancing at my blood-soaked jeans. That leg needs proper treatment. We lapsed into silence again, each lost in our own thoughts as the truck ate up the miles to Whitefish. The forest gradually gave way to scattered farmland, then to the outskirts of the small mountain town. Normal life houses, shops, people going about their daily business, unaware of the horror that lurked in the forest just miles away. Maria pulled the truck into the parking lot of the Whitefish Sheriff's Station, a sturdy brick building in the center of town. Sullivan jumped down from the truck bed, wincing as his feet hit the pavement. I eased myself out of the passenger seat, my injured leg nearly buckling under my weight. Let's do this, Sullivan said, leading the way to the station entrance. Inside, the station was quiet and mundane. A front desk with a deputy typing at a computer, wanted posters on a bulletin board, the smell of old coffee in the air. The normalcy of it was jarring after what we'd been through. The deputy looked up as we entered, his eyes widening at our disheveled appearance. "Can I help you folks?" he asked, already reaching for his radio. Sullivan stepped forward. "We need to speak with Sheriff Donahue. There's been an incident at the Lewis and Clark Ranger Station. Multiple fatalities." The deputy's expression shifted from surprise to alert professionalism. "I'll get him right away. Please have a seat." We sank into the plastic chairs in the waiting area as the deputy disappeared through a door behind the desk. A moment later, he returned with an older man in a sheriff's uniform, Donahue, a veteran lawman with a reputation for no-nonsense competence. Sullivan, the sheriff, nodded, recognizing the head ranger. "What's this about fatalities at the ranger station?" Sullivan stood, his face grim. "We need to talk in private, Jim. It's complicated." The sheriff studied our faces, noting the blood, the torn clothing, the haunted look in our eyes. He nodded once, "My office, and I'll call Doc Mercer to look at those injuries." We followed him through the station to a small, cluttered office. The sheriff closed the door behind us and gestured to chairs. "Now tell me what happened." For the next hour, we took turns relating the events of the past day, the destroyed campsite, the strange tracks, the creature in the forest, the attack on the outpost, and finally the massacre at the main ranger station. We were careful in our description of the creature, emphasizing its unusual appearance and behavior without speculating on its origins. Sheriff Donahue listened in silence, his weathered face giving away nothing. When we finished, he leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. "Let me see if I understand," he said slowly. "You're telling me there's some kind of unknown predator loose in the national forest. It's killed at least 6 people that you know of, possibly more, including the Denton family and 4 rangers at the main station. And this creature is intelligent enough to deliberately disable communications and plan its attacks." "That's right," Sullivan confirmed. The sheriff's eyes moved from Sullivan to Maria to me, assessing. "And none of you got a clear enough look at this thing to identify it as a known species." "It's not a known species," I said firmly. "Nothing that exists in these mountains could do what this thing did." Sheriff Donahue was silent for a long moment. Then he reached for his phone. "I'm calling in the state police and the Fish and Wildlife Service. If there's a dangerous predator out there, we need to contain it before anyone else gets hurt." "It's more than just dangerous," Maria said quietly. "It's hunting us, specifically." The sheriff paused, his hand on the phone. "What do you mean?" "It's targeting humans," Sullivan explained. "Deliberately. This isn't a bear or a mountain lion attacking opportunistically. This thing is seeking out humans, disabling their means of communication or escape, and then killing them systematically." A shadow crossed the sheriff's face. "All the more reason to get a team out there now." He made the call, briefly explaining the situation to someone on the other end before hanging up. "They'll be here within the hour. In the meantime, Doc Mercer is on his way to look at those injuries." True to his word, a gray-haired man with a medical bag arrived a few minutes later. He cleaned and bandaged my leg wound and examined Sullivan's injuries, deep lacerations across his back where the creature had grabbed him. "You both need a hospital," the doctor said grimly. "These wounds are at high risk for infection." "Later," Sullivan said. "We need to guide the team back to the ranger station first." The doctor looked like he wanted to argue, but merely shook his head and continued his work. As he finished bandaging Sullivan's back, the office door opened, and a state police officer in uniform entered, followed by a woman in civilian clothes with a Fish and Wildlife Service badge clipped to her belt. "Sheriff Donahue," the officer nodded. "I'm Lieutenant Clark, State Police. This is Agent Reyes from Fish and Wildlife. We understand there's been an incident in the National Forest." The sheriff gestured to us. "These 3 witnessed it. They can brief you on the details." We went through the story again, this time with Lieutenant Clark asking pointed questions about the creature's appearance, behavior, and the locations of the attacks. Agent Reyes took notes, her expression growing more troubled as our account progressed. "And you're certain it wasn't a bear or a mountain lion?" she asked when we finished. "Absolutely certain," Sullivan said firmly. "I've worked these woods for 20 years. I know every predator in these mountains. This was something else entirely." Agent Reyes exchanged a look with Lieutenant Clark. "We've had reports of unusual wildlife activity in the region over the past few weeks," she admitted, "but nothing like this." "We need to get out there," Lieutenant Clark said decisively. "Secure the ranger station, recover the bodies, and organize a search for this creature, and the Denton family, if there's any chance they're still alive." "I'll coordinate with county resources," Sheriff Donahue said. "We can have a full team assembled within 2 hours." "We're going with you," Sullivan stated. Not a question, but a declaration. Lieutenant Clark looked like he wanted to object, but after studying Sullivan's determined expression, he nodded. "We could use guides who know the area and have seen this creature, but you'll follow orders and stay back when we tell you to. Understood?" We all nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, we were headed back into the forest as part of a convoy. 3 state police vehicles, 2 Fish and Wildlife trucks, an ambulance, and the sheriff's SUV. Sullivan, Maria, and I rode with Lieutenant Clark, directing him toward the main ranger station. The afternoon sun filtered through the pines as we drove up the forest road, the convoy raising a cloud of dust behind us. The forest looked peaceful, benign, giving no hint of the horror that lurked within its depths. We reached the main ranger station just after 3 p.m. The clearing was as we had left it, the abandoned vehicles, the equipment scattered across the ground, the ominous dark stain on the steps. But now, in the clear light of day, with armed officers surrounding us, the scene seemed less terrifying, more like a crime scene to be processed and understood. Lieutenant Clark organized his team efficiently. One group was sent to secure the station building and recover the bodies inside. Another began a systematic search of the perimeter, looking for tracks or other evidence. Agent Reyes coordinated with Fish and Wildlife personnel to set up trail cameras and tracking equipment. Sullivan, Maria, and I were kept in one of the vehicles, answering questions and providing details as needed. The adrenaline that had kept us going was fading now, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion and the delayed shock of what we'd experienced. As the afternoon wore on, reports began coming in from the teams. 4 bodies had been recovered from the station, all rangers who had been on the morning shift. The cause of death in each case was consistent with our description: massive trauma inflicted by something with extraordinary strength and sharp claws. The tracking team had found footprints matching our description of the creature's tracks, leading away from the station into the northeastern sector of the forest. And most disturbing of all, they had discovered what appeared to be a den or lair in a cave system about 3 miles from the station, a space filled with bones, torn clothing, and other grim evidence of the creature's feeding habits. We found 3 sets of smaller human remains in the cave, Agent Reyes reported grimly. Preliminary assessment suggests they match the description of the Denton family. I closed my eyes, a wave of grief and guilt washing over me. We had been too late to save them, too slow to recognize the threat that had entered our forest. "What about the creature itself?" Sullivan asked. "Any sign of it?" Agent Reyes shook her head. "Nothing current. The tracks lead into a particularly dense section of forest where we're having trouble following them. We've set up a perimeter and called in specialized tracking units, but it will take time to locate it." Night was falling by the time the initial investigation was complete. Lieutenant Clark decided to establish a base of operations at the ranger station, with armed teams maintaining a security perimeter through the night. Sullivan, Maria, and I were finally persuaded to return to Whitefish for proper medical treatment, with a promise that we would be kept informed of any developments. The ride back to town was silent, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The hospital was bright and sterile, a jarring contrast to the primal terror of the forest. Doctors cleaned and sutured our wounds, administered antibiotics, and recommended admission for observation. Sullivan and I reluctantly agreed, while Maria, whose injuries were less severe, was released with instructions to return the next day. That night, lying in the hospital bed, I couldn't sleep despite the exhaustion that weighed on me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the creature's pale, elongated form, those unblinking eyes, that lipless mouth with its rows of needle teeth. And I heard that sound it made, that almost speech that seemed to contain meaning just beyond comprehension. Sullivan's words echoed in my mind. "I don't think it's from Earth." Could it be true? Had something from beyond our world found its way to the Lewis and Clark National Forest? The idea seemed absurd, the stuff of science fiction, and yet nothing else explained what we had seen, what we had experienced. I must have dozed off eventually, because I was awakened by a nurse entering my room with breakfast. As I picked at the bland hospital food, Lieutenant Clark arrived, his face grim. "We lost 2 officers last night," he said without preamble. "They were on perimeter duty. Something pulled them into the woods. We found the bodies this morning, about a mile from the station." A cold knot formed in my stomach. "The creature?" Clark nodded. "Matches your description. We've called in additional resources, state police tactical units, federal wildlife experts. Even the National Guard is on standby." "It won't be enough," I said quietly. "Not against this thing." Clark's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" I hesitated, unsure how to explain my growing certainty that we were dealing with something beyond our understanding. "It's smart," I said finally. "It adapts, and it's not afraid of humans or our weapons. In fact, it seems to be targeting those it perceives as the greatest threat." Clark was silent for a moment, studying my face. Sullivan said something similar. "He thinks this creature is not natural to this area." I met his gaze steadily. "He's right. Whatever this thing is, it doesn't belong here." Clark ran a hand through his short hair, a gesture of frustration or concern. "The official theory is that we're dealing with an unknown species, possibly a previously undocumented predator that's migrated into the area. And unofficially," a shadow crossed Clark's face, "unofficially, some of the team are saying things that would get them laughed out of the department if they went on record, especially after they saw that cave." "What about the cave?" I asked, a chill running down my spine. Clark hesitated. then seemed to make a decision. There was something in there besides the remains, some kind of material embedded in the rock wall, not natural, metallic, but like nothing any of us had seen before, scorched as if it had been subjected to extreme heat. The implications were clear, though neither of us wanted to voice them. If Sullivan was right, if the creature truly was not of this earth, then that material could be the remnants of however it had arrived here. "What happens now?" I asked. "We continue the hunt," Clark said firmly. "Whatever this thing is, it's killed at least 9 people that we know of. It needs to be stopped." I was discharged from the hospital that afternoon, against medical advice but with a supply of antibiotics and strict instructions to rest. Sullivan had already checked himself out and was back at the ranger station, coordinating with the search teams. Maria met me in the hospital lobby, her face drawn with lack of sleep. "They found something," she said without preamble, "in the northeastern sector, some kind of structure, not natural." My heart rate quickened. "Show me." We drove back to the forest in a borrowed Fish and Wildlife vehicle, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the road. The ranger station was a hive of activity when we arrived, vehicles coming and going, armed personnel establishing defensive positions, a command center set up in what had been the mess hall. Sullivan met us at the perimeter, his face haggard, but his eyes alert. "They're organizing a team to investigate the structure," he said. "I've been invited to join them, so have you two, if you're up for it." "What kind of structure?" I asked. Sullivan shook his head. "They're being tight-lipped about the details. But from what I've gathered, it's some kind of constructed shelter, hidden deep in the most inaccessible part of the forest, not the work of any human." The implications sent a chill through me. The creature's home? Maybe. Or maybe how it got here. Sullivan's eyes met mine, and I knew he was thinking the same thing I was. If the creature truly was from somewhere else, that structure could be its means of arrival. "When do we leave?" Maria asked. "Now," Sullivan replied. "The team is assembling." The investigation team consisted of Lieutenant Clark, Agent Reyes, 4 state police tactical officers, 2 fish and wildlife experts, and the 3 of us. We set out as the sun was beginning to set, following a GPS route through the dense forest. Each of us was armed, Sullivan and I with rifles, Maria with a shotgun she handled with surprising confidence. The forest grew darker as we walked, the canopy overhead blocking out the fading daylight. Tactical lights cut through the gloom, creating pools of harsh illumination that made the shadows beyond seem even deeper. We moved in silence, alert for any sound or movement that might indicate the creature was nearby. After nearly 2 hours of hiking, we reached a small valley, nestled between 2 steep ridges. Lieutenant Clark held up a hand, signaling for us to stop. "It's just ahead," he whispered, "over that rise." We crept forward, using the cover of the trees to approach the top of the rise. When we reached it, Clark gestured for us to get down, and we all dropped to our stomachs, crawling the last few feet to look down into the hollow beyond. What I saw made my breath catch in my throat. In the center of the hollow, half buried in the earth and partially covered by vegetation, was a structure unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was roughly oval in shape, perhaps 30 feet long and 15 feet wide, constructed of a material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Its surface was patterned with geometric shapes that didn't follow any human design logic, and there was an opening in one end that led to a dark interior. "What is that?" Maria whispered beside me. No one answered. We all knew what we were looking at, even if none of us wanted to be the first to say it. "We need to get closer," Agent Reyes said after a moment. "Document it, collect samples." Lieutenant Clark nodded grimly. "Move in pairs. Keep your eyes open. If anyone sees the creature, fire a warning shot and fall back to this position." We descended into the hollow cautiously, weapons at the ready. As we drew closer to the structure, details became clearer. The material wasn't simply dark, but seemed to shift and change as if it wasn't entirely solid. The geometric patterns on its surface appeared to move slightly, though whether this was an optical illusion or something else, I couldn't tell. Agent Reyes began photographing the structure, while one of the fish and wildlife experts took samples from the exterior using specialized equipment. The tactical officers formed a protective perimeter, their eyes scanning the surrounding forest. "Should we go inside?" Sullivan asked, his voice low. Lieutenant Clark hesitated. clearly torn between caution and the need to investigate thoroughly. 2 of us, he decided finally. Quick recon, in and out. The rest maintain position out here. I'll go, I volunteered, surprising myself. Despite the fear that churned in my gut, I felt a need to see, to understand what we were dealing with. Clark nodded. Me too. The rest of you, stay alert. If we're not out in 5 minutes, Reyes takes command. Maria caught my arm as I prepared to follow Clark to the entrance. Be careful, she said, her eyes wide with concern. I squeezed her hand briefly, then moved toward the dark opening in the structure's side. Clark was already there, his tactical light illuminating a short passage that led to an interior chamber. Stay behind me, he ordered, drawing his sidearm with his free hand. We entered the passage, the temperature dropping noticeably as we moved deeper into the structure. The walls of the passage were smooth and seamless, made of the same light-absorbing material as the exterior. There were no signs of joints or welds. It was as if the entire structure had been formed from a single piece of material. The passage opened into a circular chamber about 15 feet in diameter. Clark's light swept across the interior, revealing a space that defied easy description. There were no furnishings as such, but the walls were lined with protrusions and recesses that might have served as storage or control surfaces. The floor was uneven, with channels and raised sections arranged in patterns that made no immediate sense to human eyes. And everywhere, covering every surface, were those same geometric patterns we'd seen on the exterior, not carved or painted on, but seemingly an integral part of the material itself. What is this place? Clark whispered, his voice tight with tension or awe. I shook my head, words failing me. This was so far beyond my experience, beyond human experience, that language seemed inadequate. Clark's light caught something on the far side of the chamber, a recess different from the others, larger and deeper. We moved toward it cautiously, the beam of the tactical light revealing what appeared to be a collection of objects arranged with deliberate care. There were items of human manufacture, a watch, a hunting knife, a child's sneaker, a ranger's badge, and beside them arranged with equal precision were objects that were decidedly not human, tools or devices made of the same shifting material as the structure, their purpose unknowable. It's collecting things, I said softly, trophies. Clark nodded grimly, from its victims. A sound from outside made us both turn, a shout followed by the crack of gunfire. Then more shots, and voices raised in alarm. It's here. Sullivan's voice, urgency cutting through the walls of the structure. Fall back, fall back. We ran for the entrance, emerging into chaos. The tactical team was firing into the trees at the edge of the hollow, where a pale shape moved with unnatural speed, circling the perimeter of the clearing. Maria and Sullivan were backing toward the structure, weapons raised. Get to cover, Clark shouted, drawing his sidearm and firing at the moving shape. The creature broke from the tree line, its elongated form fully visible in the harsh light of the tactical beams. It moved with that strange, jerky grace, covering ground with impossible speed. One of the tactical officers went down, the creature's clawed hand raking across his chest in a spray of blood. Agent Reyes fired her rifle, the bullet striking the creature in the shoulder. Dark fluid spurted from the wound, but the creature barely slowed, changing direction to charge toward her. I raised my rifle and fired, aiming for the creature's head. The shot went wide, and the creature veered again, this time toward Sullivan and Maria. Into the structure, Clark shouted, now! It was the only defensible position. The structure's single entrance would force the creature to come at us head-on, where we could concentrate our fire. We fell back, dragging the wounded officer with us. The creature pursued, that high keening wail cutting through the night as it closed the distance. We made it inside just as the creature reached the entrance. Sullivan and one of the tactical officers fired simultaneously, the bullets striking the creature's chest. It staggered back, dark fluid pouring from multiple wounds, but it didn't fall. Instead, it retreated a few steps, those pale eyes fixed on the entrance, calculating. It's smart, Maria whispered beside me. It's trying to figure out how to get to us. She was right. The creature circled the entrance, studying it from different angles, probing for weaknesses. It made that guttural, almost speech sound again, and I had the unsettling feeling that it was communicating, though whether with us or with itself, I couldn't tell. Keep your weapons trained on the entrance, Clark ordered. If it comes through, everyone fire at once. We waited in tense silence. The wounded officers labored breathing, the only sound besides the occasional guttural vocalization from outside. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours, though my watch told me less than 30 minutes had passed. "What's it waiting for?" one of the tactical officers whispered. No one had an answer. The creature continued its patient circling, occasionally approaching the entrance only to retreat again when our weapons tracked its movement. Then, without warning, it changed tactics. It moved to the side of the structure, out of our line of sight from the entrance. There was a sound of scraping, then a low, rhythmic thumping, as if it was striking the exterior wall. "What's it doing?" Maria asked, her voice tight with tension. Sullivan shook his head. "I don't know, but I don't like it." The thumping continued, growing louder and more insistent. Then came a new sound, a high-pitched keening that seemed to emanate not from the creature but from the structure itself. The walls around us began to vibrate subtly, the geometric patterns shifting more rapidly. "It's doing something to the structure," Agent Reyes said, alarm clear in her voice. Before any of us could respond, a section of the wall where the thumping had been suddenly changed. There's no other word for it. The solid material became translucent, then transparent, revealing the creature on the other side. It stood with its hand pressed against the wall, those pale eyes staring through at us. The wall continued to change, becoming less substantial, as if the creature was somehow phasing it out of existence. "Fire!" Clark shouted, and we all turned our weapons toward the thinning wall. Bullets passed through the increasingly insubstantial barrier, striking the creature beyond. It jerked back, dark fluid spraying from new wounds, but the damage to the wall was done. A hole had formed, large enough for the creature to reach through. One long-fingered, clawed hand thrust into the chamber, grasping at the nearest person, one of the fish and wildlife experts. The man screamed as those claws dug into his arm, dragging him toward the opening. Sullivan lunged forward, his rifle forgotten as he grabbed the man's other arm, trying to pull him back. "Help me," he shouted. I dropped my rifle and grabbed the man's belt, adding my strength to Sullivan's. Agent Reyes joined us, and together we managed to halt his progress toward the hole. The creature's strength was incredible. Even with 3 of us pulling against it, we could feel the man being inexorably drawn toward that hole in the wall. His screams had given way to a high, keening wail not unlike the creature's own. "Shoot it," Clark ordered, and the tactical officers redirected their fire through the hole. The creature's grip suddenly released, and we fell backward in a tangle of limbs, the fish and wildlife expert collapsing on top of us. His arm was a mangled mess where the creature's claws had dug in, blood pulsing from deep gashes. Outside, the creature had retreated from the wall, wounded but still mobile. It circled the structure again, that guttural vocalization now containing notes that sounded almost like frustration or rage. "We need to get these wounded men out of here," Agent Reyes said, applying a field dressing to the fish and wildlife expert's arm. "They need medical attention." Clark nodded grimly. "But we're trapped as long as that thing is out there." As if in response to his words, the creature suddenly went silent. The circling stopped, and for a long moment there was no sound from outside. "Where did it go?" Maria whispered, peering through the entrance. No one answered. We all strained our ears, listening for any hint of the creature's presence. Nothing but the normal sounds of the forest at night reached us. "Maybe it's withdrawn to lick its wounds," Sullivan suggested. "We hit it pretty hard." "Or maybe it's setting a trap," I countered. "It's smart enough." We waited, tense and alert, for any sign of the creature's return. The minutes stretched into an hour, and still there was nothing. The wounded men were growing weaker, their need for medical attention increasingly urgent. "We need to risk it," Clark decided finally. "Form a defensive formation, wounded in the center." We moved together, quickly but carefully. We organized ourselves as he directed, weapons facing outward, the 2 wounded men supported between us. At Clark's signal, we moved out of the structure and into the hollow beyond. The night was quiet, the forest seemingly empty. We made our way up the slope, every sense alert for any sign of the creature. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond our tactical lights. We reached the top of the rise without incident, which only heightened my sense of unease. The creature had been relentless in its pursuit earlier. Why would it withdraw now? "I don't like this," Sullivan muttered beside me, echoing my thoughts. "It's too easy." We continued through the forest. retracing our path back toward the ranger station. The tactical officers maintained a tight formation around the wounded men, while Sullivan, Maria, and I scouted ahead and to the sides, alert for any movement. We were perhaps halfway back to the station when Maria suddenly froze, raising her hand in a signal to stop. She pointed silently to our left, where a faint glow was visible through the trees. Clark signaled for the group to take cover, and we all crouched behind trees or rocks, weapons trained toward the glow. It was moving, coming closer, and as it approached, I realized it wasn't one light but several flashlights, carried by a group moving through the forest. "Identify yourselves," Clark called out, his voice authoritative. "Lieutenant Clark," a voice called back. "This is Captain Reeves, State Police Tactical Unit. We were sent to find you when you missed your check-in." Relief washed over me. Reinforcements. We could get the wounded men to safety and bring more resources to bear against the creature. Clark confirmed his identity, and moments later a group of heavily armed state police officers emerged from the trees. They quickly assessed our situation, calling for medical evacuation for the wounded men and establishing a protective perimeter around our group. "What happened out there?" Captain Reeves asked as we resumed our journey back to the ranger station, now with the added security of his tactical unit. Clark hesitated, exchanging a look with Sullivan and me before answering. "We found something in a hollow about 2 miles northeast of here, a structure of some kind, not natural, not human-made, and we encountered the creature that's been killing people in the forest. It's injured but still alive, still dangerous." Reeves's expression was skeptical, but he didn't press for details. "We'll send in a larger force at first light, secure the area and deal with this creature once and for all." I wasn't sure it would be that simple, but I kept my doubts to myself. The important thing now was to get back to safety, to regroup and plan our next move. We reached the ranger station without further incident. The wounded men immediately transferred to waiting ambulances. The station was even more heavily fortified now, with armed personnel at all approaches and powerful lights illuminating the clearing. Clark, Sullivan, Maria, and I were ushered into the command center, where a debriefing was already being organized. Senior officers from the state police, representatives from Fish and Wildlife, even a man in a dark suit who was introduced only as an observer from a federal agency, listened intently as we described what we had found in the hollow and our encounter with the creature. The skepticism was palpable, especially when Sullivan bluntly stated his belief that the creature was not from here. The federal observer asked numerous questions about the structure, its composition, the patterns on its surface, the way the wall had changed when the creature touched it. His lack of surprise was interesting, and I wondered how much he already knew. As the debriefing continued, I found myself growing increasingly detached from the proceedings. The events of the past 2 days seemed almost unreal now, as if I had stepped temporarily into a different world and was now returning to normality. But the memory of those pale, unblinking eyes, that lipless mouth with its rows of needle teeth, remained vivid and disturbing. Later, as dawn approached, I stood on the porch of the ranger station, looking out at the forest beyond the perimeter lights. Maria joined me, her face drawn with exhaustion but her eyes alert. "What do you think will happen now?" she asked quietly. I shook my head. "I don't know. They'll send in more people, more weapons. They'll try to kill it, capture it, study it. But I'm not sure they understand what they're dealing with." And the structure, the ship? Neither of us had used that word before, but we both knew that's what it was, a vessel that had brought the creature here from somewhere beyond our world. "They'll study that too," I said. "Try to understand it, maybe even try to use its technology, but I'm not sure they should." Maria was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the dark line of trees that marked the edge of the forest. "Do you think there are more of them out there? More creatures like the one we saw?" The question sent a chill through me. I had been so focused on the immediate threat that I hadn't considered the larger implications. If one had found its way here, could others follow? Were they already here, waiting in the shadows of forests around the world? "I don't know," I admitted, "but I think we need to be prepared for the possibility." In the days that followed, a massive operation was launched in the Lewis and Clark National Forest. Military personnel joined state police and wildlife officials in a coordinated search for the creature and a detailed investigation of the structure in the hollow. The area was declared off-limits to the public, with a cover story about a dangerous escaped predator from a private wildlife sanctuary. Sullivan, Maria, and I were debriefed multiple times, each session more detailed than the last. Our wounds healed, but the psychological scars remained. I found myself startled by shadows, jumping at unexpected sounds, waking from nightmares where pale, elongated forms pursued me through endless corridors of pine. And in those dreams I sometimes heard that guttural vocalization, that almost speech, that seemed to contain meaning just beyond comprehension. It was as if the creature was trying to communicate, to tell us something important. But what that message might be, I couldn't begin to guess. 3 weeks after our encounter in the hollow, I was sitting in my cabin at the edge of the forest, nursing a cup of coffee and watching the sunrise through my kitchen window, when there was a knock at my door. I opened it to find Lieutenant Clark standing on my porch, his face grim. "We need you at the ranger station," he said without preamble. "Something's happened." I didn't ask for details, just grabbed my jacket and followed him to his waiting vehicle. As we drove through the early morning light, Clark filled me in. "The search teams found something in the northeastern sector last night," he said, his voice tight. "Not the creature, but evidence, signs that there might be more than one." My blood ran cold. More than one creature? Clark nodded grimly. "Tracks, different from the ones we've been following. Smaller, but with the same distinctive pattern, and there have been reports from other forests across the country. Strange sightings, unexplained disappearances, unusual structures hidden in remote areas." I absorbed this in silence, the implications too vast and terrifying to fully process. If there were more of these creatures, if they were spreading across the country, across the world. "What about the structure in the hollow?" I asked finally. "The ship." Clark's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Gone," he said simply. "Disappeared 3 days ago, while it was under guard." The men on duty reported a high-pitched sound, a flash of light, and then nothing. The entire structure vanished, leaving only a depression in the ground where it had been. I stared at him, trying to make sense of this new information. "And the creature, the one we encountered?" "Still out there," Clark admitted. "We've tracked it, cornered it a few times, but it always manages to escape. It's wounded, weakening, but still dangerous. And now, with these new signs..." He didn't need to finish the thought. If there were more creatures, if the ship had somehow activated or called for reinforcements, the situation was far more serious than we had imagined. We arrived at the ranger station to find it transformed into a military-style command center. Armed personnel moved with purpose between buildings. Communications equipment hummed, and in the center of it all, a large map was spread across a table, marked with colored pins indicating sightings, encounters, and evidence. Sullivan and Maria were already there, along with Agent Reyes and the man in the dark suit who had been present at our debriefing. They looked up as we entered, their faces grave. "We need to talk," the man in the suit said, gesturing to a side room where we could speak privately. As we followed him, I glanced back at the map with its scatter of pins across the northwestern states. The pattern was clear, even at a glance. Whatever had come to the Lewis and Clark National Forest was spreading, moving outward like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that what had begun in that dim corridor of pines was only the beginning of a much larger, much darker story, a story that would change our world forever. In the dim corridor of pines, I heard ragged breathing behind me, so close I felt the terrifying warm exhalation on my neck, and I realized that if I dared to turn around, I might not survive any next moment. But I did turn, and what I saw in those pale, unblinking eyes was not just hunger or rage, but recognition. It knew me as I knew it, and in that moment of connection, I understood a terrible truth. It had chosen me, marked me, and no matter how far I ran, how well I hid, it would find me again. My name is Jonathan Pierce, and this happened back in 2013 at the Lewis and Clark National Forest in Montana. I'm telling this story now as a warning. Watch the shadows among the trees. Listen for sounds that don't belong. And if you ever find yourself alone in the forest, feeling that quiet that presses on you, that sense of being watched by something just beyond your vision, run. Don't look back, just run. Because they're out there, waiting, watching, hunting, and they're not alone.